debates joining us virtually. Okay.
Just want to confirm we have Senator Bates and Ms. Howley online.
I'm on, Clarence. When you're ready to start the meeting, I'll turn my video back on.
Okay. Were you able to?
I also am on, but I don't have the video on. This is Gail.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
I believe we have 8. Okay. Good morning. I'd like to call our meeting to order. I apologize for starting a little bit later than usual. Apparently we have some serious traffic issues coming into Baltimore, so we've got a couple of board members that are stuck in traffic. They will be joining us shortly. Mr. Schoen has confirmed that we have quorum. I'd like to invite you to join us in a pledge of allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. As you know, our meetings are all recorded, and you can view our meetings on the State Board website, on our vendors' town hall streams, and in YouTube. We're going to move right into our public comment period. Members of the public have the option of joining us virtually or in person. Zoom is our platform. Should you have any problems at all with Zoom, we ask you to use the audio feature on your phone. If you have any documents, anything that you want to share with us, please send those to Dr. Lawson. The meeting videos, agenda, and materials are posted online. Just as a reminder for our public comment, we're going to call upon you in the order in which you registered. We're going to call upon our virtual commenters first, and then we will then turn to individuals here in the room. You will have 3 minutes. That will be timed. When your time has expired, we ask you to complete your sentence, but not to make any additional comments. Board members will not respond to your comments, but we do take them under advisement. Direct your comments to the entire board, not to an individual. And again, if you have any statements, anything in writing that you would like for the board to see, if you would send those to Dr. Lawson, and she will make sure that we all receive a copy. Again, I apologize for the late start. We're going to go right into our virtual commenters. Our first one is Dr. Lawson. Dr. Lawson, welcome, sir.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Welcome. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. It's good to be back. Board President Crawford, board members, and Superintendent Chaudhary. I'm Jeff Lawson, the Superintendent of Cecil County Public Schools, and I'm representing Pazan this morning. I'd like to start my remarks today by focusing on your decision last year to provide each county with the option of incorporating 8 virtual days into our calendars for this current school year. That decision on your part provided school systems with tremendous flexibility to address student learning needs in unique ways that potentially account for inclement weather, focused professional development, or other non-traditional instructional approaches. I believe I speak for all superintendents when I say thank you. Our request as we move forward and potentially consider a similar approach for school year 23-24 is that any such consideration be done so fairly soon, as most of us are in the process of developing our calendars for next year and beyond. The innovative strategy of allowing virtual days will only be enhanced if we have early notice of this flexibility. I'd like to shift my comments now to the area of each county school system's development of the Blueprint for Excellence plan. As we speak, there are hundreds of professionals across the state working to create a local plan that is committed to successful outcomes that align with the 5 pillars that serve as the foundation for the blueprint. Counties are now in receipt of guidance from the AIB as well as the State Department of Education, who have informed us that they will provide a series of ongoing technical assistance sessions between now and March of 2023, at which time our plans are due. The blueprint is a huge endeavor, and superintendents appreciate the support and cooperation we've received from both the AIB and the State Department of Education. All 24 counties believe in this important work and are excited about the future implications and impact on our students and families. Finally, in the spirit of data, which is so evident in your agenda today, I want to ensure all of you that as we approach the due date for each county's ESSA plan, all of our 24 school systems routinely assess day-to-day data in a way that seeks to improve the circumstances of our nearly 900,000 students in the state. For instance, just this past week in Cecil, we learned that one elementary grade in particular performed well below expectations as it relates to reading achievement performance for the first marking period. We immediately worked to triangulate that data with other data points such as MAP data, DIBELS data, and so on in an effort to look for patterns of particular standard weaknesses, curriculum gaps, and/or appropriateness of our summative unit assessments. This is just one example of the great work that happens routinely behind the scenes of public education in our state. In closing, as we move into this wonderful holiday season, we wish all of you peace, love, and joy. I thank you for this time and thank you for all that you do for the students in our state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. At this time, we'd like to bring up Mr. Rick Tyler. I believe you are still on mute, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Welcome. Good morning.
My name is Rick Tyler. I'm the co-chair of the Maryland Education Coalition, and we thank you for the opportunity to address you today. MEC is the oldest, most diverse and experienced group of public education professionals and advocates in the state. We advocate for adequate funding, equitable policies, and transparent accountability to support all public school students. We believe there must be meaningful stakeholder participation in the decision-making process at all levels of public education as defined in federal law and state policies. For over 40 years, MEC representatives have collaborated with MSDE through participation in stakeholder groups, councils, task forces, and more. Our members have also served in Thornton and Curran commissions, as well as the AIB advisory committees. Recently, MEC asked MSDE to provide us with the state and local system enrollment totals and percentages that will be used to calculate the foundation and weights for 2024. We are concerned possible undercounts of students may underfund some school systems with high numbers of marginalized students who have been disproportionately suffered learning loss. We ask to be provided a copy of the data used when available. We encourage the boards and staff. We are encouraged the boards and staff at MSDE and AIB are working more closely together. It is our hope that the roles and responsibilities will be more clearly defined and transparent with adequate resources to meet all their objectives. We urge MSDE to work with the AIB on the plans, have clear references to adequate funding and other resources. MEC encourages MSDE to work with higher education institutions to expand the size and quality of education departments, increase the number of in-state educators to 60% or higher. We will also urge the expansion of curriculum-based Teacher Academy CTE programs to help address staff shortages. MEC also asked MSDE to ensure that the COMAR regulations, graduation requirements, and all core subject areas are embedded within the blueprint policies and college-ready standards. We also asked MSDE to include multiple criteria along with the KRA to determine kindergarten readiness. We urged MSDE to appoint a permanent administrator for the community schools program with adequate resources for implementation of this community school model. We also support local flexibility with the concentrated poverty investments with clear guidance and safeguards to ensure the expenditures align with the intent of the law. Finally, we encourage you to review MEC's public policy platform in addition to our 2023 priority focus areas. MEC stands ready to be a resource for MSDE.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Again, thank you for taking time out. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Bernadette Smith. Ms. Smith? Ms. Smith? Okay. We'll now move on to Ms. Alexandra Warwick Adams.
Good morning. Can folks hear me okay?
Yes, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you. Good morning again, distinguished members. I want to thank you all for your time and dedication to the students of Maryland. My name is Alexandria Warwick Adams, and I'm the Executive Director of Elevate Baltimore. Elevate Baltimore is a local nonprofit that works with schools, families, and the communities to ensure that every student is prepared for high school, college, career, and life. We do that through our overarching community school strategy and various of other programmatic interventions. I'm here today to briefly lift up the South Baltimore Adult High School Program, one of the first adult high school programs in the state that was authorized jointly by MSDE and Department of Labor, and currently the only program in operation. We are excited to hear about the presentation this afternoon on COMAR 13A.05.14 related to the Adult High School Pilot Program. As an operator of the program, we are extremely pleased with our current working relationship with both MSDE staff and the Department of Labor staff. Although, as you know, this program is jointly authorized and managed. We look forward to our continued partnership as we continue to keep students as our North Star. As an operator of this pilot program, you can imagine that we have experienced a variety of opportunities to pivot and are required to be continued to be nimble in our approach to ensure that we are operationalizing procedures and opportunities that keep student success at the center. Operator autonomy is something that we definitely want to ensure and hope that is lifted up in any COMAR regulations. Similar to programs like the Seed School and other charter schools, operator autonomy continues to be an attractive opportunity for organizations to step into this opportunity. So we are very excited to hear what the regulations will be. We understand that this is an ongoing working relationship as part of a pilot initiative. We are excited to see our first cohort of students moving towards their first set of graduation requirements. So we are excited for this opportunity. We also submit that this sort of autonomy also makes it attractive for other organizations to submit applications to operate an adult high school program in rural counties and other non-traditional locations across the state. We look forward to our continued partnership with all stakeholders involved, and we also extend an invitation to all members of the board to come and visit us here in South Baltimore in the Cherry Hill community and take a look at the program in its full operations. I thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. There's some static in the line we hear. It's not loud enough that it doesn't drown out the speaker, but seems to be coming in. Okay. At this time, we'd like to recognize Ms. Sharon Saroff. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yep, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good.
I am here today to ask the board to rethink how we define college and career readiness for our students with disabilities. I have many clients right now on diploma track who are not and will not be college and career ready when they graduate. Some of them will not know how to write a resume or how to look for a job because they have not been given these vital skills. Some of these students have not been provided with or connected with the very necessary outside resources. They haven't been told that some of these resources are not available to them if they are not in school. Their school districts are just providing them with the minimum of instruction, giving them a passing grade and sending them out the door. Individuals with disabilities do have the ability to hold jobs, but not without the requisite training and resources. Simply giving a child a D does not mean, excuse me, that they are ready for graduation. We need to rethink how we award high school credit beyond the grade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. At this time, we'll turn now to our in-person participant, Ms. Wendy Novak. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. Carroll County Public Schools are not,
That's okay.
sorry,
Now you can start.
thank you. Carroll County Public Schools are not safe for all students. Just last month, during Transgender Awareness Week, one LGBTQ child had received so much sexual harassment from peers and a lack of support from some teachers and administration that their therapist said that they were afraid for the child's safety they returned to school. They are not the only one. Teachers, parents, students have been begging Carroll County Board of Education for help for over a year. They have shared stories of hate and the failure of administration to handle it. Instead of addressing these concerns, the BOE has spent the last year systematically creating policies that exclude our LGBTQ+ students. Equity is not a priority in our county. The chief equity officer left 10 months ago, another officer left in September, and neither have been replaced. Teachers and administration are left powerless by the following BOE policies: not allowed to state bullying LGBTQ+ students is wrong, not allowed to acknowledge that anyone other than straight cis people exist. This leaves children justifying their harassing behavior by stating they did not know it was wrong. The state BOE created an inclusive health framework. Carroll County has undermined these efforts by directing writing of additional curriculum that removes our students of color and/or LGBTQ+ students. Carroll BOE removed racism and intersectionality and their impacts on sexual health, the existence and impact of racial disparities in healthcare. They remove sexual orientation and gender identity and expression until Health 2. Allowing parents to opt their children out is one thing, but Carroll County should not be teaching curriculum that is discriminatory. The CCPS policies are harming our students. If a student is made aware that someone is LGBTQ+ and they are not familiar with that concept, it becomes the LGBTQ student's responsibility to define it and then possibly defend their identity if someone decides to attack it. If teachers could teach in an age-appropriate way that different sexual orientations, gender identity, and expression exist, that takes the burden off the students. How can you tell if it's age-appropriate? If it's okay to teach about a mom and a dad, then you can teach about two dads. If it is okay to teach about sex between a male and female, then it is okay to teach about it between people of the same sex. Carroll County policies seem to be against the Maryland Inclusion Act and Title IX. The school system should not be writing curriculum that is discriminatory against race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or gender identity. Teachers need to be empowered to include all students. Carroll County students need your help. The LGBTQ child that cannot attend school out of fear for their safety needs your help. All need to know that all students are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We want to thank all of the members of the public that took time out of their busy schedules to speak to us this morning. We will take all of the comments under advisement. And again, thank you so very much for taking time out of your schedule to speak with us this morning. Before we proceed to the next part of our agenda, I just want to acknowledge and thank Governor Hogan. This will be the last meeting we have during the time of the Hogan administration. I want to just thank him for his support and encouragement and the focus on providing safe, high-quality educational opportunities for our children. At times, we've sort of disagreed a little bit on tactics, how to do it, but even when we disagreed, we were able to disagree in a way that was respectful, civil, and again, we just want to, the state board would just like to just thank the governor and his administration for all that they've done during his tenure. At this time, we're going to move now to the new business portion. We have 3 items that we will propose to treat as a consent agenda. The first item is the approval of the minutes. The second item concerns personnel actions, and the third item, budget adjustments for October 2022. In accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, I'm going to say objection 3 times. Hearing no objection, then the consent agenda items are considered approved. Objection, objection, objection. Hearing no objection, the consent items are approved. I just want to recognize one of our board members that's coming in from just a little distance away. Ms. Chang, how are you doing?
Pretty good, President Crawford.
Where are you, Ms. Chang?
Just 13 hours. I'm in Taiwan. We are just 13 hours apart.
Okay. Okay. Well, welcome.
Very good.
Welcome.
Technology take us everywhere, right?
Yes, yes. You can't escape now with the technology. So any of you get a ride to the moon, we still expect you to come in virtually and participate from the moon. I'd like to take this time here to announce, included in the personnel actions was an action to select Mr. Zachary Hands as our next executive director. We are so excited to have Zachary. Zach, you can't even begin to understand how happy we are. Dr. Lawson is jumping up and down, and Susan and myself and all the others, but wanted to just acknowledge that we're just absolutely happy to have you. I know that you'll start on December the 14th. I want to now just give the board a brief opportunity to welcome and then give you a chance to say a couple of words. Any of the board members? Anyone? Okay. All righty. General Sumter?
He's worked with us before when we worked with the legislature. When he was here before, it was very successful, and welcome back. And I'm sure that the service we receive will be even better than previously.
Thank you, thank you. Anyone else? Dr. Getty.
I just want to say welcome. It's been a long time since we've had some direct support services, and it is time to relieve MSDE staff from the board duties. And we just can't wait for you to get on board and set us all straight.
Okay, all righty. If no one else. Oh, Ms. Hallie? And then Dr. Green.
Welcome back, Zach. I am thrilled that you're joining us, and I think you'll have a huge impact on helping the students to progress in the state of Maryland. We are really excited to have you on board. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Green?
Zach, welcome back. I was first impressed when we visited the State House in Annapolis. I think it was Stephanie and I, and you just navigated those halls like a pro. So I'm looking forward to you giving us guidance, lots of guidance and lots of support. Welcome back.
Thank you. Mr. DeShield.
Welcome, Zach. We're happy to have you, of course, and looking forward to working with you. As I said to you earlier, I know we're going to have a long honeymoon period. We're so happy that you're with us, and looking forward to all the good things you're going to help us accomplish. So welcome. Happy to have you.
Thank you. Okay. Senator Bates.
Thank you. I would like to ditto everything that's been said so far. The work is enormous, and your experience is going to be really helpful to all of us to make us better at the jobs we're doing. So welcome aboard. We thank you for your service.
Thank you. Okay. Zach?
Am I on here? Oh,
Yeah.
wow. All right. That's loud. Okay. It's almost like I never left. Thank you, President Crawford, Vice President Getty, members of the board, Superintendent Chaudhary. Good to see you. I'll be very brief because I know you have a very long day in front of you, and I technically don't even have a window on the agenda here. So I really am thrilled to be here and want to just thank the board for bringing me on board to work alongside you all as you and MSDE continue to work to implement the blueprint and make the transformational changes within our state's education system. So I'm really looking forward to getting to work next week and helping to lead the board into the future. And I'm going to hold Chip to the honeymoon comment that he made there too. So
that was Chip's comment.
Yes, I heard. Yes. So thank you very much. I'm really thrilled to be on board.
Thank you. Great. Thank you again. We'll now move on with our priorities. We have the spotlight on Maryland Leads. I'm going to turn to our superintendent, Superintendent Chaudhary.
Good morning. So as I promised you guys, I would give you updates on how school systems are leveraging Maryland Leads to move across the 7 strategy areas. So this is one of a series of spotlights we'll do throughout the year. And so today we're going to kick off with Caroline and Frederick. And so I'll have that team go up. They set up a presentation. And so Dr. Collins and Justin will be up. They worked with them to make sure they were prepared for this presentation. And so the thing that I wanted them to focus on is not all their strategies, but specifically science of reading and grow your own staff, because those are very pressing issues. Staffing, because we're all concerned about how the future of our educator workforce looks like in the state, and science of reading because Ready to Read is one of our 4 priorities in our strategic plan, and it will be something we will obsess about. And so we'll kick things off. I think we're going to start with Frederick or Caroline? Frederick. I think we're starting with Frederick. So, and then you'll have some time to ask some questions.
Very good. Thank you.
Good morning. Can't see me behind the cameras, but Dr. Collins, good to be here today. I only have a brief introduction, but we're excited to, Mr. Dayhoff and I, provide you with an update on the Maryland Leads Initiative. So go to the next slide here. Okay. So Mr. Dayhoff is going to start by giving you an update just overall where all of the the 7 high leverage strategies are. And particularly today, we're going to focus on the grow your own strategies and the science of reading. So we've invited staff from Frederick County to present. They will present first. And then we have Caroline County. We have the superintendent from Caroline who is zooming in. So when we transition, he will zoom in. Again, we're going to focus on the Grow Your Own strategy and the science of reading. So I will turn it over to Mr. Dayhoff.
All right. Thank you. So just for brief context before we start, since we will be focusing specifically on Grow Your Own and Science of Reading, we are just going to, like I said, contextualize the broader Maryland Leads initiative just to get us all starting from the same spot this morning. So as a reminder, Maryland Leads was a grant initiative designed out of our state set-aside funds from the American Rescue Plan, as well as the Coronavirus Relief and Rescue Supplemental Appropriations Act, elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, or ESSER funds. These programs involved 7 research-based, high-leverage strategy areas, including Grow Your Own staff in the science of reading, but in addition to that, staff support and retention, high-quality school day tutoring, reimagining the use of time, innovative school models, and of course transforming neighborhoods through excellent community schools. And each of these strategies was comprised of different focus areas that guided the local education agencies on the types of programs and activities for which they could apply or draft program plans for Maryland Leads. Ultimately, we awarded more than $165 million, plus we were able to have the local education agencies also contribute funds on their end, resulting in a total program budget of north of $190 million in total for these transformative initiatives. And so just statewide, with regard to Grow Your Own staff, we have 23 local education agencies who are participating in that. That investment statewide is about $47.5 million in total, and we'll see today what this looks like specifically, like I said, in 2 of our local education agencies. But across the state, the plans as proposed have the potential to generate more than 300 new teachers, 100 new paras, and also to support conditionally certified teachers, more than 400, as they endeavor to get their certification and become permanent staff. Science of Reading similarly has 22 LEAs who are participating, $53 million for this program. It's the largest of the Maryland Leads strategy area investments all told. And as you'll see today, this strategy, unlike any of the other strategies, did require the LEAs to, if they were going to apply for it, either show that they were going to or bring existing evidence of training all K-3 teachers, special education teachers, literacy specialists, administrators, principals on the science of reading instruction aligned to the science of reading, as well as to commit to adopt and maintain high quality, content rich, and culturally relevant instructional materials, and then of course to also be in alignment with Maryland Leads and the Ready to Read Act in the use of progress monitoring and universal systems of monitoring for the science of reading. Specifically today, as I noted, Caroline and Frederick are going to be, which sound like names, right? So Caroline County Public Schools and Frederick County Public Schools, as the superintendent said, as Dr. Collins said, are going to be drilling down into GYO, Grow Your Own Staff, and the science of reading. But notwithstanding, they are also, in both cases, doing additional work. And so just to honor the additional work that they are doing as part of Maryland Leads, Caroline County is also participating in the staff support and retention strategy. They have offered a retention bonus. They're also working with local wellness providers to craft and rethink how they support and retain and attract their staff. They're also they've organized an organizational wage and compensation study to also think more broadly about and systematically about how they retain and what employee systems that they have. And they also are utilizing a national board certification coach to support increased number of teachers as they try to obtain national board certification. They're also working on reimagining the use of time, in part to overlap a little bit with some of the staff support and retention initiatives that require kind of rethinking what a bell schedule is and how that looks across their system. But also to implement a 9th grade academy for rising 9th graders. They identify students who are particularly at risk and who might benefit from that mini-mester, as they're calling it, and moving that work forward. Frederick County Public Schools, also in addition to GYO and the Science of Reading, is implementing staff support and retention. And so these are not exhaustive lists, of course, but as part of this, they're hiring 20 school-based mentor teachers in order to support the training and retention of their staff, as well as master teacher and content experts to provide after-school support to new hires, and implementing a mid-year new hire symposium to talk through and support new teachers and existing staff with PD and supporting issues for new hires. But with that, we will turn to first, as Dr. Collins said, Frederick County Public Schools with Dr. Cuppett and Dr. Harris, who are here to present today.
Hey, thank you. Good morning. President Crawford, Superintendent Chowdhury, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to be here. We are excited to share what we're doing with Maryland Leads. I would be remiss if I didn't immediately thank the dozens of FCPS staff members who collaborated on creating the grant application, and the thousands plus teachers who are now implementing the work that we're doing. I'd also like to thank Justin Dayhoff and the MSDE staff for their support as we move through the grant application process. I'm Kevin Cuppett. I'm the Executive Director for Curriculum Instruction and Innovation, and
I'm Keith Harris, the Executive Director of Accelerating Achievement and Equity in Frederick County.
so we, as Justin mentioned, focusing on Grow Your Own and Science of Reading at today's presentation. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Harris as he covers the Grow Your Own.
Okay, so with our Grow Your Own strategy, our strategy is intended to launch and grow pipelines of special education teachers and then other professional staff to work with some of our students with disabilities and those who experience challenges behaviorally, emotionally, and socially. And so in Frederick County Public Schools, we focus on designing opportunities to build those hard-to-fill areas like special education. And then also we are connecting in here supporting career changers, because one of the challenges that we faced in Frederick County is also for those entering into the administrative realms. And so part of our work is supporting paid residency programs for aspiring administrators. And I'll hit on all of those actions. So let me first talk about our Grow Your Own with Activity 1. So through Maryland Leads, our goal was to accelerate the number of quality staff that we have to address students with some significant learning and behavioral needs, our students with disabilities, and those requiring intensive behavior supports. And so what we have done is we entered into a partnership, or actually continued a partnership, that we had with Mount St. Mary's University to train, recruit, and support our students entering into these two fields. And so there are 4 opportunities that we're offering for our existing certificate in applied behavior analysis. We're also offering a Master of Arts degree in elementary special education, and then also an adult undergrad degree in undergraduate special education. And what the adult undergraduate degree does for us is these are for our existing employees who are pursuing initial degrees in certifications in special education. A lot of them are our paraprofessionals who are working in the area of special education. So once we were awarded the Maryland Leads grant for Grow Your Own, we put out interest letters for our existing staff, and we held 3 informational sessions, and that resulted in over 100 existing staff members expressing interest in one of these different programs. From those that submitted applications, we selected 32 candidates who were accepted in either the Applied Behavior Analysis program or the Special Education program in our partnership with Mount St. Mary's University. The candidates, as they were selected for the program, were selected by both Mount St. Mary staff as well as Frederick County Public School staff collaboratively, because we wanted to ensure that they were able to handle the rigor of the program that was established for this program at the Mount because it is fast-paced and there are a lot of expectations that we have for our candidates. And then also, we wanted to make sure that they demonstrated a commitment to remain in Frederick County well beyond their certifications, and that they will demonstrate willingness to serve in a special education role or a role supporting our special education students. I also want to share with this partnership with Mount St. Mary's University is that we specially designed these degree programs tailored specifically to the needs of Frederick County Public Schools and for our students. So for example, those who are pursuing special education certification through the Maryland Leads program, we tailored the program such that they also are receiving intensive behavioral types of training. And so all of our special education candidates coming out of Maryland Leads through the program will also come out as registered behavior technicians and with some specialized trainings along those lines. So these are the 5 components of our Grow Your Own partnership with Mount St. Mary's University. And as I continue to go through briefly with the components of our program, I'll hit on all of these that I did not have an opportunity to briefly share about yet. So with the Maryland Leads program, again, it is a very rigorous, fast-paced program that we are expecting of the candidates. And given the investment that we have in them, the investment of fully paying for their tuition and fees, giving them not only university support, but also Frederick County Public School support as they go throughout their program so that they are practicing the skills that they're learning in their in the classroom, in the college setting, in their everyday experiences, as well as through a specially designed program that we develop specifically for this program. And so our expectations for them is that with the support and investment that we're making, that they maintain a minimum of a 3.0 GPA throughout the duration of the program. But to support them with their college work, would support them with the experiences that they're required, we assign to them a university supervisor as well as a Frederick County Public School supervisor to make sure that they were being supported throughout, because we do expect some experiences that they are demonstrating through their daily work as well as through an after-school program. Now, with this investment that we're making in these candidates for Maryland Leads, again, we want to make sure that they are remaining committed to our school system. Existing in our teacher contracts is, as we invest in them, there's a 2-year commitment that our employees have if they're using their benefits for continued education. There's a 2-year commitment. Through Maryland Leads, we work with our union associations for our teachers and our support staff and administrators to double the minimum expectations we have for their commitment in Frederick County. And so that is 4 years that we are expecting service of them beyond their certification. Additionally, to make sure that they are not only just learning conceptually and theoretically the skills and concepts of being a special education teacher or a board-certified behavior analyst, we designed and set up an after-school and summer program for these candidates so that as you're learning it in the classroom, through the after-school program, you are directly applying those skills that you're learning. And so for our applied behavior analysis candidates, as they are learning specific data collection techniques, as they are learning how to analyze data, they're able to go into the after-school program and observe students, be able to develop behavior intervention plans, be able to develop different strategies to work with students in the program. Our special education teachers, also, they're able to apply different pedagogical strategies and then also be able to just develop lesson plans and do all of those things that special education teachers are required. Our goal is to make sure that Maryland Leads candidates are ready to step into a program or position working directly with our students with disabilities immediately from becoming certified in their respective areas. Connected to our Grow Your Own program is also supporting our existing employees with leadership development opportunities. We created a program in Frederick County Public Schools called the Exceptional Leaders Innovating and Transforming Education, or ELITE for short, Administrative Residency Program. And what this program is, it's an expansion of some of the existing leadership development programs we already have in Frederick County Public Schools. We have programs in Frederick County Public Schools that are designed to strengthen the leadership abilities of existing principals who want to continue to grow, to strengthen the abilities of existing assistant principals as they're looking forward to the principalship. We have programs in Frederick County that will expand and strengthen our teacher specialists and other leaders through different opportunities. But one of the things that we found as a gap and a need in Frederick County Public Schools is for those just initially entering into school-based administration. And with over about 175 school-based administrators in Frederick County Public Schools and a shortage of applicants, we identified this area as a need for us. Hence the ELITE residency program that we have. With this program, through this ELITE Administrative Residency Program, as was shared earlier, there are several teacher candidates who've demonstrated some level of readiness for an administrative position, so they do go through an interview process, and they're in what we call our pool, so that as vacancies become available, we're able to place them. But we wanted to make sure that we're further developing these aspiring administrators so that they can, again, step in and have a high degree of success as they step into administrative positions. And we place these resident administrators into schools where there is some demonstrated or unique designation. So it could be a Title I school. It could be a school that has an enrollment burst and we want to put some additional supports there. Could be a school who may not qualify for some of the other additional supports that are offered, but yet are demonstrating a growing need for that. And so we pay their salaries to be able to step into these residency programs. They are directly supervised by the school-based principal, but then also they have central office support who provides mentoring, observation, and then coaching support relative to their experiences. And so with all of the things that are occurring through our Grow Your Own program, we want to make sure that not only through Maryland Leads, but we want to demonstrate that the programs are able to be replicated should we have continued funding to be able to expand these types of programs. And so we meet on a very regular basis, multiple teams, to ensure the success of the program, to make adjustments as needed, but then also to evaluate the efficacy of the program, the experiences that candidates are having, and just making sure we are aware of what tweaks need to be made as we go throughout the program. So that's a little bit about our Grow Your Own program. And now for Science of Reading.
Yes. Okay, so our Science of Reading work actually began quite a few years ago. We really accelerated that work in 2019. And of course, we all know what happened in spring of 2020, but we were very committed to continuing our work around the Science of Reading. So those activities continued through the pandemic. We were very excited about the release of Maryland Leads because it was going to be a way for us post-pandemic to continue to build on the work that we had already done. So as Justin mentioned, there were all three areas we needed to provide activities in these kind of three sub-strategies here. And I do want to point out that prior to taking on these things, for instance, under professional learning, if you're not familiar with the LETTERS course, Language Essentials for Teachers of Spelling and Reading, it's a very intensive course in science of reading and literacy instruction. We have begun that work thanks to our local board funding that. And we've had we currently have 750 teachers either in that course or completed that course. And it, like I said, it's very intensive work in the science of reading. We've also done some changes in our programming prior to the pandemic. We implemented a systematic, explicit and cumulative foundational skills program, heavy in phonics. That was an area that we felt we needed to grow in. And we implemented that all the way through the pandemic, and that's still in place. And then we, of course, had added DIBELS as a universal screener and had done a lot of the implementation related to the Ready to Read Act. So as we moved into to Maryland Leads specifically, Activity 1 and Activity 2 are very tightly aligned in our school district. So Activity 1, professional learning, Activity 2, the implementation of those high-quality instructional materials. And so as teachers in grades 3 through 5, which is what we're taking on this year with K through 2 coming next year, 3 through 5, we really, with teachers implementing a brand new program that's extensive, we wanted that professional learning to kind of help them get their jobs done. We want it very much tied to the day-to-day work that we were doing. And so we worked with our vendor to make sure that the professional learning was about getting the program implemented and understanding why that program supports certain principles in the science of reading. We committed, and Maryland Leads pays to compensate any teachers for time that they spend learning outside of their contract. We did an initial training in December, and the teachers have then had 6 modules directly tied to implementation of that program that they would have time to complete prior to December 1. And again, Maryland Leads is paying for that professional learning. Activity 2 is that high-quality instructional materials program we chose into reading, grades 3 through 5. It's a HMH program that was approved through MSDE. One of the things about implementing a program is we want to try to make sure that the fidelity or that the program is implemented as is intended. And when this is a shift in instructional practice for teachers, that takes time. It takes a lot of ongoing conversation. Our literacy leaders have been supporting this, our school administrators. And so this is a kind of a process improvement all year long as we work through these, the implementation of the program. One of those things you have to do is like, what does that English language arts block look like in the elementary schedule? How much time do we dedicate to which parts of the program? And our vendor's been excellent in helping us come to great decisions for Frederick County. And at the same time, we also have to be able to identify how that supplemental instruction under the Ready to Read Act is going to occur. And so those have been the highlights of the work that we've done so far. In Activity 3, that's that progress monitoring that Justin referred to earlier. We use a tool in Frederick County called LexiCore 5. That was a tool that we put in place. It was as we heard from our parents, a literal lifesaver during the pandemic. So it's a personalized literacy tool that students can engage with. We really need to figure out how that fit in the context of the comprehensive program, and schools have been working on some very creative ideas to allow students to continue to participate in that learning experience. We wanted to revisit the Ready to Read Act and actions that we had taken in the previous year. That's something that teachers have to get better and better at as we work with them. And they're starting to see some real gains with students by that very committed progress monitoring that's required under the Act. And this year, Maryland Leads allowed us to expand our DIBELS all the way to 3rd grade. We originally had it in place in K through 2. We kept hearing from 3rd grade teachers they really wanted that data, so did our school administrators, so we were able to add that. We also added DIBELS Lectura, which is basically a Spanish version of it, so that we were able to assess students who were still acquiring English. And so we've been implementing that since the beginning of the school year. The next, just a little bit about Into Reading. Why did we select that particular program and submit that for approval? One, we had used the student reader, so the book that contained all the stories and texts We had implemented that the previous year, so we had a common text in 3 through 5. It was well received by our teachers and our school administrators, so going to the comprehensive program was a good next step. We felt that text and the quality of the text-dependent questions were in line for trying to meet the college and career ready standards. And it felt more like an incremental change than it did a whole new program because of the teacher familiarity with it. And as I mentioned, we did a half-day in-depth training at the beginning of the year, followed by those 6 professional learning modules. So next steps, as with implementing any curriculum or curriculum materials, it's a continuous improvement process. So for next year, we're in the process of identifying our K through 2 program, which will be implemented in year 2 of the grant. We'll have to support our new teachers, especially those that are coming into that 3 through 5 or the K through 2. So some training of our new teachers is always something that we have to do. And refine the use of that DIBELS, Amplify, and Lectura assessments. Progress monitoring needs to become habits in our schools and very much second nature, and we're moving towards that. And then rolling out our professional learning for year 2, that again will be tied to those materials that teachers will be using in the K through 2 program. So lots has been going on, and we are very excited about the fact that Maryland Leads has been able to support and continue the good work that we started, and we're appreciative of it. So, any questions?
Open the floor now to questions. I'll go first online. Senator Bay, Dr. Green, Ms. Chang, or Howard, do you have any questions or comments? Great. We're going to go first, open the floor online. We'll go to Senator Bates, Dr. Green, Ms. Chang, or Ms. Howley. Do any of you have questions? Okay.
Not so much a question,
Okay.
but just a comment.
Yes, Dr. Green.
I commend wholeheartedly your districts for stressing the science of reading. That has long been one of my goals, to see that happen with all of our schools. I'm encouraged. I wanted to ask, have you seen measurable results from the use of science and reading since you have been doing it for, I think you said, about a year or 2?
Yeah, so we have. We recently looked at our DIBELS data from the start of the year. Of course, post-pandemic, everybody's very concerned and curious about where students are. In DIBELS, we saw significant gains from last year's students, and that's whether you follow from year to year first graders to new first graders, or when you follow them in the cohort. And we also saw those gains reflected in our iReady reading assessment. There's still a lot of work to do. I will tell you that our teachers have repeatedly expressed how much they've learned from implementing our systematic explicit phonics program, because there's embedded professional learning, or the letters course, that there have been many things about reading instruction that they simply were not taught in their undergraduate work. And so they're very appreciative to have more tools in the toolbox and more knowledge. So not only are we seeing it in our data, but we see it affectively in the success that our students are feeling and that our teachers are feeling. You know, working with students who are struggling can be very challenging. If you're not seeing progress, that really gets to the heart of teachers. And now they're starting to see some progress. Still plenty of work to do. Do not get me wrong. We have a lot of work to do, but very promising at this point.
Yes, and you are so correct in that a lot of teachers aren't getting it in the undergrad programs. How about the teachers that you are growing your own at the colleges that you're working with? Have you talked to them about inserting the science of reading in their teacher preparation programs?
Yeah, so we actually have a director of organizational development. They handle all of our partnerships with our institutes of higher education, and they have spoken repeatedly with the colleges and universities right here in Frederick County, but also ones that we work with in neighboring counties. So that is an ongoing conversation. to see more of that. We actually had Hood College, which is a small liberal arts college in Frederick County, take our letters course that we're doing, and it's split into 8 units if you're not familiar with it. Units 1 through 4, they have now worked with us when we were implementing that to make it a 3-credit college course, as well as units 5 through 8. So for students who are, teachers who are students in graduate school, they can get credits for those. And so that's been a great incentive for teachers. Not only do we provide the materials and resources for them at no cost, the licenses, but they can leverage either MSDE credit or college credit, depending on which one works best for them.
That's excellent. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. We now come to the boardroom. Any comments or questions? Okay. Again, Mr. Bartley.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question for Dr. Smith. Your presentation was excellent, and I really liked how you laid out the stages of the program, from identifying candidates, having those candidates enroll in school, and then the commitment that's required from those candidates. And it looks like the program is going to be successful based on your work. My question is always, what is the direct benefit to the student, and when do you expect to see results in the students based upon the training received by your staff members? I do like the tie-in of 4 years and the fact that you're making the students participate directly in their studies at Mount St. Mary's and then have after-school programming to coordinate the knowledge with function.
So thank you for that question. We're starting to see direct benefit now because of our partnership with Mount St. Mary's University and the support that they provide from a supervisor from the university as well as a supervisor from the school system. We are able to observe on a regular basis the candidates in their daily work and how they are currently applying it to the students that they are currently working with. And we're able to advise them to make adjustments for programming and support for those students as well as in the programs that they are in. Additionally, with the after-school program, they are our existing students. And so the staff and the administrators who work in the after-school program meet with their case managers during the regular day to collaborate on those students' programs. And so it's been a beautiful partnership with the University, Frederick County Public Schools, and making sure that the services and supports for students are directly seamless from what happens during the day to the after-school program and just year-round, because this will flow into the summer as well.
Thank you.
General Sumter.
I like the programs as well, but many times the children don't succeed in those young years. What are you doing for them when they're in the 5th, 6th grade or older, or transfers in who didn't go through your program to bring them up to speed as they go through their education?
So Maryland Leads is an enhancement to some of the work that we have been doing to enhance supports and services for our students. And so we have existing board-certified behavior analysts and other support staff to be able to work with students in our intermediate grades as well as our middle school grades. So as we are increasing services at the younger grades, then we're able to provide additional services and supports at the intermediate levels, the middle and the high school levels. Our local Board of Education has been extremely supportive of our identification of the needs of our students, and really over the past several years have prioritized services and supports for our students experiencing some challenging behavioral needs as well as our students with disabilities. And that work continues.
So I'll add too as well. We have certainly a student transferring in from a district that's never had a foundational skills explicitly taught to them. is quite a challenge. And so we've provided a range of resources for like our 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade teachers. They're now starting to ask for more training related to those early literacy acquisition skills, because maybe they have not taught those in a long time if they've been in 4 and 5. Yet they've had plenty of learners who have come to them with those challenges. So we're starting to get those requests. In addition, through the support of our local board, we've added a number of structured literacy interventions for students who maybe arrive and are academically behind in their literacy acquisition. And we're seeing great results with those programs. And there's probably, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 in a range of intensity, so that a student with significant needs gets a very significant response, and a student with maybe mild or minor needs gets a minor response, so that they can continue to access their program. But as Dr. Harris pointed out, we really want to thank our local board for the commitment that they've made to providing this continuum of services for students as they move through our school district.
Great. Very nicely done. Great work. Thank you so very, very much for sharing. It's good to have feedback. We look at the various programs and approve programs, and it's always good to get feedback on how they're actually being implemented on the ground. Again, please come back, keep us posted on how things are going. And again, thank you so much for coming down.
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming down.
We now have Mr. Derek Simmons, the superintendent from Caroline County Public Schools, to also share on the science of reading and grow your own staff from Caroline County. He's calling in via Zoom, so are we...
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Welcome.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning, President Crawford, Mr. Chaudhary, members of the State Board. I'm thrilled to be able to join virtually today. I'd rather be on location with you there, but it is a happening day in Caroline County, so I appreciate being able to do it this way as opposed to in person. A lot of what I'm going to present is also going to connect very well to my colleagues in Frederick for what they shared. There's a lot of similarities between what our system is doing and what their system is doing, which is great to hear. I do want to thank Mr. Chaudhary, his staff, especially Justin Dayhoff. Justin's received numerous emails and phone calls from me over this entire LEADS process and has handled them very well and helped guide us along, so much appreciation. For Caroline County Public Schools, the LEADS program really was seen as an opportunity for us to enhance or accelerate things that we were working on and trying to strengthen here within our district, that if it was within our normal operating budget, would take us several years to accomplish, and in some of it may not have happened at all, at least in the next several years. Just the funding aspect of a smaller system. So I want to highlight, if I can, starting with our science of reading. So as we move through that, Frederick County mentioned they started in 2019 along the science of reading journey. We started our journey with science of reading in earnest in the summer of 2021. We had a new supervisor of reading come in, Ms. Katie Alice Fisher, who has been fantastic and wonderful. And she really has taken this, really taken the lead at driving our efforts to strengthen our reading program. And we're starting in earnest in our elementary schools, especially at our early grades, trying to start strong to close the gaps before they exist or before they get to the point that we're having to intervene really hard later in their schooling years. So prior to LEADS or outside of LEADS, we were able to harness some of our ARP money, our American Rescue Plan dollars, or other local funding efforts to build out a new foundational skills block in our earliest grades, our K-2 grades. Part of that included bringing in a new curriculum. We were able to pilot it in 1 year's The Wonders curriculum. We were able to pilot it, and then this year we are launching it in K-2, and then we're piloting it in 3 to 5. When we'll launch there. So we're trying to hit our elementary first and build out. We also had the opportunity to strengthen our foundational skills program by incorporating in Haggerty as well as heart word instruction and really trying to build those foundational skills that our students really desperately need. As talked about by Frederick, there was a conversation around DIBELS. We are using the DIBELS 8 screener that provides us the data that we need to know how we're doing and progress that we're making. DIBELS, for the board's knowledge, the DIBELS assessment looks at 4 of the 5 big areas within reading. It looks at phonemic awareness, phonics, reading fluency, and reading comprehension. And again, that data has been wonderful for us to have and to build upon. There's a question that was asked of Frederick about impact of science of reading and how that is changing the trajectory for some of our students. And on the next slide, we can talk a little bit about some DIBELS data. This slide is showing sort of the percentage of students at risk, and we're really looking at our earliest grades because this is where we started science of reading efforts very early on, again, at the beginning of 21-22 school year. As the board recalls, and you don't need me to remind you, the start of the 21 school year was quite interesting, especially if you're thinking about teaching reading and working through students and staff wearing masks. We had higher rates of absenteeism as the school year began, and really we were able to make some gains over the school year. If you look at the grade 1 in particular, grade 1 started the school year 53% of the students at risk. By the end of the school year, 39% of the students at risk. Our grade 1 kids coming in this year for beginning of year, so these were students who were introduced to science of reading materials in pre-K and K, and those foundational skills, the foundational block. We're seeing 39% of our kids enter grade 1 this year with the potential of being at risk, as opposed to where we were last year at 53. I'll echo Frederick's comment. Are we there? No. We still have continued work to do. We are literally 1 year into implementation, moving into our 2nd year and building this out in the LEADS money. The LEADS opportunity is really helping us train up our staff, as I'll get to in a future coming slide. Really, it is building that reading understanding for all of our staff that was not provided during their undergraduate time. That will be essential to really building out that piece that every teacher is a reading teacher, and especially at the elementary school level, and then building the understanding and knowledge base even of our elementary administrators as we move forward. Another component of data as well to look at, we also use the iReady diagnostic for all of our students in grades K to 8 to look at how our students are doing in reading and math. This assessment measures in particular with reading phonological awareness. Phonological awareness is the understanding that a spoken word is made up of different parts, and that each of these parts makes a sound. So how are our students doing with that? Phonics instruction teaches children how to connect the sounds they hear in spoken words to the letters they see in the written words. Once students have the phonics background and can make those connections quickly, they can more easily start to read for understanding. High frequency words also assessed. These are words that most appear often in what children read. These are words that students should be able to recognize when they see it, and being able to recognize these words automatically helps them read more quickly and easily, and helps them better comprehend what it is they're reading. Vocabulary, we all, I think, know what that is. It's just understanding what words students know. And then, of course, comprehension in literature and in informational text. Our work with science of reading that we've implemented in the 1st year really focused in on phonological awareness, phonics, high frequency words, and vocabulary. And we are starting to see on the right-hand side at our beginning of the year benchmark, the red is diminishing. So the students who are not projected to be on level is diminishing, which is wonderful. And we want to continue to close those gaps over time. So in 1 year's time, with implementation of strategies that we started last year during a challenging pandemic beginning of the year, with our youngest learners, we are starting to see an impact. 1 year does not mean a trend, but 1 year does give us positive insight to believe that we're probably building on something very strong, and we are following the evidence of research as it relates to reading. And again, we're looking for stronger gains in those areas in years to come as we build the skill set of our staff over the next year or two. One of the things that we've been able to use the LEADS funding for, and again, Frederick talked about this, is the letters training. For a school system of my size and the budget constraints that we have, the ability to train all of our classroom teachers, all of our support teachers within our elementary schools and our administrators in something as intensive as letters in all reality, is not something we probably could have afforded, at least not in a timely manner, to lift all teachers really within a few year basis. LEADS is providing us the funding to be able to do that, to afford the training, the professional development that our staff needs. And what's critical for us also is LEADS funding is also enabling us to provide the substitute coverage that's needed for this intensive training. The coursework is over 60 hours of coursework for our teachers. And while we're building their skill set, we're not trying to add something in the evening for our teachers as it's one more course to go take at night. Our teachers are stressed, as everybody's teachers are. They're all working hard for their kids in the classroom. And again, the LEADS funding is helping us be able to provide the substitute support so we can ensure that all of our teachers have an opportunity to participate. In terms of numbers, as of right now, we've enrolled all 65 of our K-2 teachers and all 53 of our 3 to 5 teachers of English Language Arts into the PD, and we will continue this into 23-24. And all of our elementary administrators, our principals and assistant principals, are scheduled to start their letters training this summer coming up, in the summer of 2023. Training our staff is really critical to moving us along. Looking at our Grow Your Own strategy, and for Caroline County, within the Grow Your Own strategy, we're using roughly around $2 million of LEADS funding to build out our Grow Your Own program. Caroline had some existing programs in place that we started. One of them we started last year. One's been in place for about a decade. And we really were looking to how do we enhance and make these programs better given our shortage of critical staff. One of these is our Aspiring Leaders Academy. We started our Aspiring Leaders Academy last year, trying to really rebuild that pipeline for school-based administrators and central office administrators. Just as there's a shortage of teachers, as the board is very well aware, there's a shortage of those looking to get into leadership opportunities within schools. Caroline County in particular have had some retirements, which we kind of went to our pool quite a bit here in the last few years. So our bench strength was getting a little shallow. So we wanted to build that out. So we were able to use our LEADS funding to take the existing program that we had in place last year, which is about a 3-month program that our aspiring administrators agree to. And we were able to enhance that by offering a stipend for those who participate, but also add an additional component in that building upon the seat time they spend, learning about how things work within our school system, the various aspects of building leadership and central office leadership. We were also able to add in an action project component to the end of that program that's connected to the stipend and tied to the P-cells. And again, to have our aspiring administrators take what they've learned and use that in terms of enhancing and improving our school system. This year, we had 14 participants who just finished this program in the fall, and it has been under the leadership and direction of Lindsay McCormick, our Director of Instruction, again, who started this program last year. We were able to accomplish and get in about 16 folks last year. We were able to add 14 this year under the program, which is great. So we've been able to add 30 individuals within our school system. I'd like to think we've added 30 potential administrators. We have some who probably have a much better understanding and are going, I think I'm good where I am, and that's okay too. They had that opportunity to learn and grow, which will help them in their position they're in now. But it does give them that better understanding, depending on where their career goals will take them in the future. And we've been really thankful for this as well as we build this out. The last bit of information to share, and this has quite a few things we've been able to pull together with LEADS funding as well through our Human Resources Office, led by Dr. Rob Willoughby, and really with the support of our Director of Special Programs and Student Services, Mrs. Twig Anthony. We're in the same recruitment pinch as everybody, and we looked at where are our areas that we're struggling in terms of recruiting. Not only getting people in the door, but how can we build our pipeline from within? One of the things that we were able to do with the funding, we were able to braid our funding with existing title funds around critical needs areas to increase our critical needs bonus up to $3,500 for new hires who are fully certified We are, and again, Caroline County is one of those that we do our best along salary. I know everybody does. We tend to not be up towards the highest paid. So we look for opportunities that we can find to help enhance and support that salary amount that helps get folks here. We do believe that once we get them here, we can work hard, especially through our staff support and retention part of leads, to build that out. If we can get you here, we can do a really good job putting everything we can out there to help keep you in Caroline. One of the other things that we were able to do with this funding, which has helped us, we have had a shortage of school psychologists and speech pathologists. They're hard to find. We have looked at and have been able to entertain the ability to hire interns. So folks who have completed their coursework, who are doing their internships in school psychology or speech pathology, we've been able to offer them a contract and hire them with salary and benefits, provide them the clinical mentor they need for their internship internally, but we've been able to offer them a salary and bennies where traditionally we would not have done so, and many would not. The internship a lot of time was on them, or they were being paid at a much lower rate. Again, so it helps us get the folks who are in their programs in the door, and then we can do what we need to hold on to them after they're here. We've also really enhanced our partnership with Chesapeake College. Chesapeake College is our regional community college, and they've been an excellent partner for many of years. Chesapeake College is also home to a higher education center that partners with many colleges around the state, and they do offer a teacher program at Chesapeake, and it's done very well. So we wanted to think about how we could partner with them in a better way to help support the growth of our current staff, those on our support side scale, to entice and help support them to become classroom teachers. We've had some incredible teachers over the years come from our IA ranks, come from our support services positions, and have been able to figure out a way to get their degree and then move into to a teaching program. It's not easy to do. It's not cheap to do. When we're doing that, we're expecting our instructional assistants to pull that off. So we've been able to use LEADS funding to start to build out what that pathway looks like for individuals. We have looked at the Child Development Associate certificate in terms of our instructional assistants that are not CDAs at this point. In terms of supporting them, we have 9 current IAs who are eligible for the CDA track who do not have it, and we're working with them in order to get that if they so wish. They also have the option, if they're interested in looking at an associate's degree, working through Chesapeake College, that we will help cover costs associated with the associates. If they have an associate's and they are working on, and they want to go and be a teacher and they're working on their bachelor's, we will help support tuition costs associated with the bachelor's, and then of course the teacher certification to move them in that direction. We're trying to use the funding to find opportunities from within, again, to grow our ranks, to move folks from the support scale over to the teaching scale and fill our positions. And lastly, an area that we had about a 10-year program, probably a little bit more actually, and that is with our, we've had a Grow Your Own program for our students in our Teacher Academy of Maryland coursework, where our local board has provided scholarships for a set number of students a year if they're going to go into education and agree to come back to teach in Caroline County. So we've had that scholarship program. We've expanded it from 2 scholarships to 3 scholarships to 4 scholarships. It's a great program, but it looks at 4 kids per year. We have a higher need than only 4 teachers per year. And we've been able to use the LEADS funds to enhance that program for all of our students who are in our Teacher Academy of Maryland program. If they are interested in coming back to teach in Caroline County, we've drafted an MOU with Chesapeake College through their higher education center that we will help support tuition costs associated with students who are working through the teacher education program if they are TAM graduates or TAM completers for us here in Caroline. So again, we're trying to entice and enhance. Caroline County is an area, as the board's probably aware, where we're sitting at roughly about a 60% free and reduced meals rate across the school system. So anything that the school system can do to help our students and help our staff find ways to get their degrees and help get their further education in order to come back and teach is win-win for us. It's a great opportunity. Left up to the economic reliability or economic opportunities that exist within our county, it really would be a challenge for our folks to pull that off without this funding and without the thinking that this funding has pushed for us to look at better ways to do things and not just the same old. So that's a brief overview of the summary of the strategies that we've put in place in these areas. I do want to thank everybody for their support. I really want to thank, again, Justin, thank Mr. Chaudhary for the approach. Again, it really mirrors the work we're trying to do in Caroline. Of course, it mirrors the work that's being done in Blueprint. And again, for a system of my size, it is an absolute blessing to have this opportunity to be able to enhance and speed up some changes that need to take place.
Thank you very much. Let me now open the floor first to board members here in the boardroom, and then we'll go online. Ms. Morrow?
Mr. Crawford, I can barely hear you, sir. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm telling everyone else to unmute, and I'm not unmuted myself. Okay. It's always easier to provide advice to other people than to take it yourself. I'd like to recognize Ms. Morrow.
Good morning. Not so much a question. I really just want to commend Superintendent Simmons, our Frederick County schools, all the schools that are really embracing this grant and the work that our MSDE staff have done as well to be able to take this, one-time money and really invest in things that are going to have long-term benefits. And we see so many headlines, people questioning where's the money gone and how's it being spent. And so I appreciate that we're getting, these very clear pictures of exactly how our districts are investing in students and staff to keep this money going. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Getty?
Approximately how many TAM students have taken advantage of your Chesapeake College offer, and what does that cost your system per year for one student?
So the TAM students it'll launch in earnest this school year. By the time we got leads launched last year, our seniors already graduated.
Okay.
We were able to go back to 2 students who are currently at Chesapeake College and be able to help support them. A yearly support at Chesapeake is probably roughly around $5,000 per student is about where the support is there. I may be off by a few dollars here or there. The anticipation this school year moving into, I believe we're going to have somewhere around 15 or so TAM students, maybe 15 to 18 TAM students who graduate. And our efforts really will be working with them to look at that opportunity. If we take the 4 off the top who could receive the board scholarship, which is a little bit more money over the 4 years, hopefully we're looking at a neighborhood of about 12 to 14 students that we're supporting through leads to help get them through their first couple years of college.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we'll now go to our online board members. Any of you have comments or questions?
Yes, President Crawford.
Yes, Ms. Chang.
Yeah, thank you for both Frederick and county's presentation. Yeah, my question is both county use DBOs, and it seems it's a tool that can generate some data. I would be very interesting to see more data in a year or next year if there's an opportunity to share with us. And says clearly see how the student progress through both programs and grow your own and focus on the reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? I'm sorry.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, Dr. Green. I'm sorry, didn't see.
Okay. Again, I want to commend Dr. Simmons and the Caroline County folks for they're stressing not just teacher recruitment, but also, again, the science of reading. I also want to give a shout out and commendations to Mr. Chaudhry, because I hear Dr. Simmons say that had it not been for Maryland Leads and the funding that came with Maryland Leads, that his county, his small county, wouldn't have been able to enact these initiatives. So well done, Mr. Chaudhry. I appreciate your visionary move to provide funding for those counties who ordinarily couldn't afford it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Bates.
Again, I just want to echo the comments from the board. Just impressed. I'm impressed with the initiative from the department and how the Maryland school systems have embraced it and are doing things that matter. Things where we're already starting to see results. They're doing things where, as Dr. Green said, in some instances they didn't have the funds to do, so it's allowed them to do things or to accelerate. And again, just very, very impressed with where we are. We have a long way to go, but the good thing about starting a journey is if you can begin to see some results. I think we can begin to see some results and to clearly indicate that we're headed in the right direction. And again, I want to thank both of the school systems for taking time out to share with us. This is very, very important for the board to hear and to understand. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm sorry, Senator Bates.
Yes, thank you very much. Really appreciate hearing this. It's kind of reminiscent of my early days in both through college and teaching, where if we promised to teach in Maryland for a certain period of time, we would get reimbursed for much of our college expense. And it's a program that certainly helped me get through school. And I really love the hands-on, the training that is being given instead of just here's your classroom, do what you learned. It can be a little bit trying. I learned so much more from the other teachers I was working with that had more experience. And I think hitting that at the beginning of a career, I think is really, really excellent. And I just want to applaud both of you for the work you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, again, thank you so very, very much. What I would like to do at this point is we'll just take a brief 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and pick up the virtual program update. Okay, so we'll take 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. This time, we have Superintendent Choudhury. This is the Local Education Agency Virtual Programs Update.
Ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is going to be the capstone presentation on how virtual learning went during the last school year as we returned to in-person learning. Of course, we had still navigating the pandemic much more differently than what is this year, but we were tracking every quarter how students in the virtual programs across the systems that were doing them as an opt-in program. Obviously, they had different criteria, how they were doing. So this is a capstone to that. So it's essentially, we had a year where we got to track it and see how students were doing in these programs, what the lessons learned, what were the high points, what have been the overall conclusions. And so as we go into the future and think about whether it be everything from regulations and legislation on shaping virtual learning, it is important to heed especially the lessons learned that we have gathered from not only across the country, but also just in our own very backyard. So, so again, I have the team here, and they'll present this final quarter data from the virtual learning experience during the last school year.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Choudhury. Good morning, President Crawford and members of the board. As Mr. Choudhury said, we're going to provide you with our update on virtual programs. And Aaron Sr. and Matt Duque are going to present with me today. By the way, I'm Dr. Deanne Collins, Deputy State Superintendent for the Office of Teaching and Learning. Good to see you. So we're going to focus on providing an update on Q4 enrollment data in virtual programs at the school system level. We're going to present how the demographics of the programs compared across the state. Then we'll review Q4 metrics data and compare it to Q3 metrics data from last year as well. That was presented at the July board meeting. We'll highlight some strategies that are being used in our local education agencies that are helping to foster student success. And then we'll conclude by also presenting a summary of lessons learned and our next steps as we move into the new school year. This is just an outline of what we will focus on for our presentation today, and our presentation is broken into six sections today. Okay. So we'll start with our virtual program enrollment so that you can see where we ended the school year for the Q4. So we're continuing to use the standard map that has been very helpful in looking how enrollments have shifted. So for Q3, we reported that the total virtual enrollment, that was as of April 11th last year, was 12,472 students. The total enrollment for Q4, and that was as of June 1st, was 12,277 students, which was a decrease of 195 students. And that's about 1.6% from where we were in Q3. As you can see on the map, the enrollment for each school system, the LEA is written on the map. Next to each enrollment number, you'll either see a plus sign, a minus sign, or an equal sign, and that just explains the difference in the changes in the enrollments. Overall, there were about 13 LEAs that had decreases in their virtual program enrollment. We had 5 systems with increases and 4 systems that did not change at all. The largest increase in enrollment in the LEAs was 9 students, while the largest decrease we saw was for 76 students. Also, if you want to drill down deeper in your packet, we did give you a handout that shows all 24 LEAs, and you can see the decreases and the changes in enrollment over time. At the July board meeting, as well as some of the other meetings that we presented, we looked at enrollment aggregated by grade levels, student groups, race, ethnicity, and genders. So here on this slide and the next slide, we're providing an update on this information again since June 1st. Again, the blue bar represents students in virtual programs in Q4, and the orange bar represents the all students. So in the left-hand graph, you can see the distributions of students. So for example, the orange elementary bar indicates that 46.3% of all Maryland students are elementary students. That's in comparison to 39.3% of virtual students that were in the elementary grades. And then the blue bar, as you can see, is lower than the orange bar, which indicates that the share of virtual students in elementary school is lower than the share of students in the state as a whole. And this trend was similar to what we saw in the third quarter. Just want to make sure you're aware of that. The graph on the right shows a percentage of 3 student groups: economically disadvantaged, students who are English learners, and students with disabilities. The percentage of economically disadvantaged students is higher in virtual programs than in the state as a whole. The percentage of English learners in virtual programs is lower than in the state, and students with disabilities in virtual programs matches the share of students that we have in the state as well. And those percentages are comparable to what we saw in quarter 3. And here we're showing, similar to the last slide, the blue bar representing the students that are in virtual programs, and the orange bar representing students all across Maryland. The left graph shows students by race ethnicity. So for example, in Maryland, 20.7% of all students are Hispanic or Latino, and that's the orange bar, while 13.2% of students in virtual programs are Hispanic or Latino, and that is shown by the blue bar. As you can see by the graph, it indicates that Asian and Black African American students were overrepresented in virtual programs as compared to the state as a whole. When we look at also Hispanic, Latino, and white students were underrepresented. Compared to third quarter, the percentage of Asian, white, Black, and Hispanic students in virtual programs was very similar to what we saw in the fourth quarter. And as you can see by the graph on the right, when we look at gender, it was proportionally represented in virtual programs. So now I'm going to turn it to Matt, who's going to share our fourth quarter metrics data.
Thank you. So looking at the data we collected from the LEAs in the fourth quarter, it's collected from the middle of June until the beginning of August. The results you'll see cover 21 systems, or 100% of fully virtual program students. So that does not include Carroll and Garrett counties because they do not have virtual programs, as you may remember, and Kent County has a mixed program where students are in the school building 1 day per week. I should also note that not every system has a virtual program at every level. So for example, there are 4 LEAs that do not have elementary school programs, 1 LEA does not have a middle school program, and 2 LEAs do not have high school programs. Our first slide here is on class size in virtual programs, and these are pretty consistent with what we saw in quarter 3. So while you'll see that class sizes were smaller, particularly in core academic subjects at the high school level compared to elementary and middle, a bigger story might be within the ranges. So you'll see there are very large ranges of class size across LEAs. In terms of instructional time, there's not a lot of variation in terms of instructional days during the fourth quarter. However, when we look at the synchronous instructional hours per week, there's a wide variation, which we did see in previous quarters. And we did see a decrease for middle school instructional hours from the third quarter to the fourth quarter. In terms of who are the virtual program teachers in each LEA, the majority of the teachers taught solely in the virtual program. So it's represented by the height of the blue bars across the LEAs. There were only a few systems that had teachers split between virtual and in-person assignments. Also looking at the staffing, so the virtual program teachers could be substitutes, they could be LEA teachers or provided by the vendors. And you'll see by the mixture of colors across this graph that there's a lot of variation by LEA in terms of where the teachers come from. So 11 systems had more than half of their virtual program teachers come from their regular teaching staff. 5 systems used all or almost all vendor teachers, And then there's one or two systems that have a mixture of different types of teachers. Teacher professional development time decreased somewhat from third quarter in terms of average hours, and you'll see there's also quite a range at each grade level, from 0 to up to 27 or 28 hours of professional development in the fourth quarter. The type of professional development also remained varied, so in terms of virtually synchronous or asynchronous, in-person professional development, self-service, or as-needed professional development. Next, we'll look at student attendance in the fourth quarter. So consistent with the third quarter and previous quarters, we saw that more systems reported higher attendance for virtual students than for all students. And then similarly, when we look at the fourth quarter attendance for fully virtual students by race and ethnicity, we see more systems reported higher attendance for fully virtual students. You'll notice the majority of systems reported virtual program attendance between 90 and 100%, whereas for all students, it's more between 85 and 94%. When we compare the quarter 4 attendance to quarter 3, we see that more systems had a decrease in attendance rates for virtual students than systems that had an increase. And this is true for all students as well as for the 4 major race and ethnicity groups shown in this table. By student group, we see the same trend where fully virtual students had higher attendance rates than all students for students with disabilities, English learners, and economically disadvantaged students. The same story is apparent for gender. So regardless students are male or female, they have higher attendance in the fully virtual setting than for all students. And when we compare the quarter 4 attendance for the student groups, we see more systems had a decrease in their attendance rates from quarter 3 to quarter 4 than systems that had an increase. It's true for English learners, for students with disabilities, economically disadvantaged students, and both male and female students. Lastly, we compare attendance rates in quarter 4, but within systems. We compare the fully virtual students with their peers in person, and we see that in nearly all systems, attendance rates were higher for virtual students at all grade levels. And this is up to 16 percentage point difference. So if we look at elementary schools on the left, there are 11 systems represented by the blue bars that had higher attendance rates for virtual students than all students. At the middle school level, it was 16 systems that had higher for virtual than in person. And for high school on the right, we see 15 systems had higher virtual than all student attendance rates. So for the next section, looking at grades, I'm going to pass it to Erin.
Now let's examine the data on virtual program grades submitted by the local education agencies for fourth quarter. The next 3 slides represent the percentage of students that failed a course in the fourth quarter by grade level and subject. On this slide, the dark blue portion at the bottom of each bar will indicate the number of systems that reported less than 5% of students failing the course. The bright blue segment above the dark blue portion represents the number of systems that reported between 5 and 9% of students failing the course. The green portion indicates the number of systems reported between 10 and 19% of students failing the course, and the light blue portion at the top of the bar represents the number of systems that reported 20% or more students failing a course. Overall, at the elementary level, failure rates for virtual and all students were similar for English. For math, there were higher failure rates for virtual students at 8 systems than for all students, which was 5 systems. At the middle school level, more systems reported higher failure rates in virtual programs than for all students. This is consistent across all subject areas. For example, 6 systems reported failure rates of 20% or more in English in their virtual programs, as indicated by the orange portion on the top of the first bar on the left, while 1 system reported failure rates of 20% or more for all students. Similar results are reported for math, science, and social studies. This slide shows changes in failure rates for virtual program students from quarter 3 to quarter 4. The green rows indicate a decrease in percentage points for failure rates, and the red rows indicate an increase in percentage points for failure rates. At the elementary level, most systems had small to no change in virtual program failure rates from quarter 3 to quarter 4 for English. But for elementary math and at the middle school level, a similar number of systems reported increases and decreases in virtual program failure rates of more than 3 percentage points across all subject areas. Fourth quarter failure rates in high school were generally higher than the middle school rates. Similar to the middle school results, virtual high school student failure rates were higher than for all students. For example, 9 systems reported failure rates of 20% or more for virtual program students in math, as represented by the orange portion of the first bar, but only 6 systems reported failure rates at the same level for all students. Likewise, 8 systems reported failure rates of 20% or more in science for virtual students, while only 3 systems reported similar failure rates for all students. Now we'll look at changes in failure rates for virtual program students from quarter 3 to quarter 4 at the high school level. In English, math, and social studies, slightly more systems reported decreases, the green rows, in failure rates of 3 or more percentage points than systems that reported increases in failure rates. In science, a similar number of systems, 5, reported increases in failure rates as reported decreases, which was 4 systems, in failure rates. Now let's look at a comparison between failure rates of virtual program students and all students within each school system. The blue bars show the number of systems in which virtual program failure rates were higher than for all students, which was the case for 14 systems in middle school English language arts, 15 systems in middle school mathematics, 7 systems in high school English language arts, and 9 systems in high school mathematics. The yellow bars show the number of systems in which the failure rate for all students were higher than the failure rate for virtual program students. This was the case in only 3 systems in middle school English language arts, 2 systems in middle school mathematics, 8 systems in high school English language arts, and 7 systems in high school mathematics. Now that we have examined the data, let's take a deeper dive into some strategies 2 school systems are utilizing to increase student success in their virtual programs. When comparing the failure rates from quarter 3 to quarter 4, there were a few systems that showed improvement in 1 or more content areas and grade bands. The chart at the top of this slide shows a decrease in the failure rates from quarter 3 to quarter 4 in the Wicomico County virtual program in all subject areas. If you look at the column for elementary mathematics, you will see that 8.7% of virtual students failed quarter 3, but only 7.2% failed quarter 4. And the data in the chart at the bottom of the slide indicates that the failure rates of Wicomico County virtual students were lower than all students in quarter 4 for some of the subject areas. For example, in elementary English, 7.4% of all students failed quarter 4, while 3.1% of virtual students failed. For elementary math, 10.9% of all students failed quarter 4, while 7.2% of the virtual students failed the fourth quarter. Now let's take a closer look at Wicomico's virtual program. Wicomico County created its own virtual elementary program for 1st through 5th grade students. The students who attend this program were provided a schedule of classes which included required daily synchronous instruction. The virtual classes utilize the same curriculum and pacing that is followed in a traditional classroom setting. This was an intentional decision by the leadership so to allow for smooth transitions between the virtual and traditional classroom settings for students who needed to move in the middle of the year. Wicomico County designed their elementary virtual program to allow elementary students from other Eastern Shore LEAs to enroll. 12 students from Talbot County participated in Wicomico's elementary program in the 21-22 school year. These students remain enrolled in Talbot County, yet receive their class schedules and instruction from Wycomico educators. The students were required to attend and participate in the synchronous classes with the Wycomico virtual students via web conferencing software. Now that we have a better understanding of the Wycomico virtual program, let's examine what led them to the decision to modify their program after the first semester. In the spring of 2021, Wycomico County established an application process and academic qualifiers for families interested in attending the virtual program. However, due to the rising COVID-19 numbers, the demand for inclusion into the program drastically increased. As a result, Wycomico County moved away from their established acceptance criteria to allow students into the program that otherwise may not have been accepted. Once the school year started, in an attempt to ensure that all the admitted virtual students were correctly placed, the LEA began to gather and reflect on a variety of data points. Wycomico collected and analyzed the Quarter 1 and Quarter 2 data comparing virtual students to the students in the traditional classroom. They examined student scores from before the pandemic, comparing them to their present scores. This deep dive into the data led to two realizations. One, there was a direct correlation at all grade levels that virtual students who read on or slightly below grade level were more successful in virtual learning than students reading below grade level. The second realization was that Wycomico needed to refine their academic qualifiers regarding the virtual program application process to ensure that the students admitted into the program would have the right characteristics and strengths to achieve academic success. While changing the academic qualifiers would help in the future, Wycomico realized that they also needed to make some changes in the present. The next few slides will highlight some modifications that were made to Wycomico's virtual program Quarter 3 and Quarter 4. One of the big modifications that showed instant positive results was a change to the elementary school day schedule. For semester 2, student schedules were changed so that they attended their required synchronous mathematics, reading, science, and social studies classes in the morning. The students then had a break for lunch and recess, and in the afternoon they returned for their specials and synchronous small group instruction. The social studies and science educators were assigned reading groups to work with throughout the afternoon sessions. Another modification Wycomico implemented was meeting regularly with families to discuss students' test scores, the collected data points, and attendance from Quarter 1 and Quarter 2. After multiple meetings between the families and the virtual program staff, some of the families decided to return to the classroom. In order to make the transition back into the traditional classroom as seamless as possible and ease family fears, Wycomico established a plan to assist students and families. Before the students were readmitted into a traditional school setting, the virtual program leaders met with the families to discuss the safety measures implemented in the school buildings, set up tours of the home school, and arranged introductory meetings with the newly assigned classroom teachers and the building instructors. There were also discussions regarding the curriculum and pacing, which, as I stated earlier, were the same in the virtual and traditional program, so that the students and families were reassured that there would not be gaps in instruction or content. There were some students who were struggling with virtual learning, but whose families were adamant that they did not want them returned to the classroom. For these students, there were opportunities for the students to come to the home school during the school day to complete their virtual work. These students were still separated from their peers and received all their instruction through synchronous remote courses. They just sat in an assigned area of the school throughout the day. Wycomico found this especially helped those students who struggled with time management and were unable to focus on their work while at home. Now let's revisit an LEA that we previously spotlighted who is still thriving. At the July board meeting, Washington County was showcased because their virtual program failure rates decreased from Quarter 2 to Quarter 3 in middle school and high school subjects, and their failure rates in the virtual program in Quarter 3 were lower than that of all Washington County students in middle and high school subjects. MSD wanted to come back and provide an update on Washington County since their failure rates continued to decrease from Quarter 3 to Quarter 4 in most subjects at the middle and high school levels. As you can see in the chart, middle school math decreased by 4 percentage points, and all the high school courses showed decreases as well. The second chart on the slide indicates that Washington County's failure rates of virtual students were lower than all students in Quarter 4 for all subject areas. The next slide was presented in July to spotlight some of the changes that were implemented in Washington County to assist struggling virtual students. Let's take a moment to review these modifications that continue to help students achieve success through the end of school year 21-22. I want to take a moment to remind you that Washington County Public Schools established a virtual program that mirrors the program provided to students in the brick and mortar buildings. The students follow the same schedule as their peers and are required to log on and attend every class synchronously every day. The class periods in the virtual school do allow for required synchronous instruction, with the remainder of the class period for the students to work collaboratively with peers in small groups with their teacher or on asynchronous assignments. Based on observations throughout the first quarter and feedback from staff, Washington County realized that one of the biggest struggles they were having in regard to student success was a lack of student engagement in virtual classes. As a result, they decided to focus their attention on increasing engagement and participation in the courses. This initiative started with providing targeted professional learning focused specifically on increasing student engagement in the virtual program. The professional learning provided strategies and best practices to the staff and occurred throughout the remainder of the year. The virtual educators were required to examine and respond to different scenarios, participate in role-playing exercises, and attend trainings and discussion groups. Administration worked with the educators to communicate and reinforce stricter policies on the requirement that cameras must be on during every class period and that students need to speak and interact during the lessons. Educators were expected to randomly call on all students, and since student virtual schedules in Washington County mirrored the traditional student schedules and students were required to log on to every class every day for synchronous instruction, administrators and staff also began to strictly monitor student attendance to ensure that students were attending all the courses throughout the day. Families of students who are not attending classes who would not turn on their cameras or refuse to actively participate were contacted by the newly created student support team. At the start of the year, there were limited staff members, which limited the amount of communication with families. The creation of a student support team allowed for more educators and administrators to be able to provide support and guidance to the families and provided for an increase in communication to form a partnership to ensure student success. Washington County's virtual program was also able to secure some additional funding to provide stipends to the virtual educators to allow for tutoring opportunities either after school or during the teachers' planning times. This provided additional support to the students and increased the amount of real-time interactions that occurred between students and staff. Washington County continued to implement and enforce these program changes throughout the remainder of the 21-22 school year, which ensured student success and continued to lower their virtual student failure rates. I will now turn the lessons learned section over to Dr. Collins.
Thank you, Erin. So we just wanted to close the presentation today just highlighting some of the lessons learned as we reviewed the data from last year and continue to work with LEAs. So here we're showing you the virtual failure rates for students from quarter 1 to quarter 4, and this is at the middle school level. So more systems reported sizable increases in their failure rates for middle school students from quarter 1 to quarter 4. And when we looked at this data, we noticed that this was true across all of the subject areas. Even science, the number of systems reported more increases in failure rates than they reported decreases. When we look at the failure rates for virtual programs from quarter 1 to quarter 4 in the high school level, we reported more increases in failure rates at the high school level for math and science as well. Similar systems had increases and decreases in failure rates in English and social studies as well. We also looked at the data for the instruction provided by vendors and the average synchronous time. So on average, the average synchronous instructional time in middle and high school for systems with 100% vendor-provided teachers was significantly lower than systems where no vendor-provided teachers occurred. So there was more student interaction in those other systems. And just in terms of our next steps, we'll continue to collect and monitor the attendance and quarterly data as we've been doing. We'll be publishing an interim report for the school year 2021 and 2022, and then we'll also publish a final report for school years 2021 and 2022 that will include the assessment results. We'll also begin to explore legislation and regulations regarding virtual programs, and then we'll compile some state level resources to continue to support the LEAs. We're just appreciative of all of our LEAs that ADJOURN works with to provide support and continue to dialogue with them about how they are transitioning and improving their students. So at this time, I will turn it to Mr. Crawford for any questions.
Okay. We'll go to online. Thank you very much for the presentation. Very, very informative. Online, do we have any questions or comments? From our, if you can take that down. Anyone?
Just a comment from Mel Green.
Yes, Dr. Green.
This has really been an eye-opener. I think it just confirmed what we all knew, that virtual learning isn't the answer, that we were hoping for when students aren't in school. But it was what we had at the time. Short of another pandemic to close our schools, and we're all praying that that won't never ever happen. What will we be using the data and insight for as we go forward?
So right now, the virtual programs they're existing now as we speak right now in the school system. So there's lessons learned there that the school system should be applying. Secondly, there is interest in Annapolis to reintroduce virtual learning legislation. There was a bill last year that made it all the way up to the desk of the governor, and it didn't get executed. So there's a lot of talk of bringing that back. And so in that bill, right, is where the department won't be shy to push for guardrails and smart amendments where it makes sense to enable virtual programming to be an option for students it works for, to allow for creative scheduling where it makes sense, but just as a loose option where folks can just run them every which way, contributing to higher failure rates. I mean, we can't just, we know that that will play out again, so we have to make sure that we don't recreate that problem. And so, so the biggest thing is being able to influence a legislation. And so because there was already a bill proposed by, a joint bill proposed both by a member of the House and member of the Senate, so they plan to bring that back, and so we will plan to advocate and be proactive in making sure that's a smart bill for how virtual programming should play out in our state. And in the meantime, we will continue to support and provide technical assistance. But, I don't think there's, I'll just say it bluntly, there's no other mystery in how to do it well. Everything that's been uncovered is uncovered. You don't just put anyone in virtual learning. There was a lot of students and families who chose it as a option out of fear. You had to figure that out and how to bring people back. There are families who thought they were interested and it wasn't working for them. There are students who are thriving in it. But virtual learning also became an approach just to hold down to students for per pupil funding in the expense of students failing. So we need to make sure that that's not the norm going forward. And so I think at this point it's about execution. Some systems, Wicomico, Washington, has shown that you can get better, but in the aggregate, the programming didn't get better across the board. Only certain systems responded, and they got tighter and tighter and tighter on who should be getting virtual programming and such. So that's what we plan to do.
My only concern, just as a follow-up, is that I know some systems are looking at virtual learning as being a way to address inclement weather closures. So I don't know if you know, when you do it like that, when you're doing just like a onesie, twosie kinds of things, or like 2 or 3 days, if what makes virtual learning effective would be able to be implemented when you have just, when it's being used for that reason.
Yeah, absolutely. We have offered that inclement weather flexibility. It is onesies and twosies, to use that official department term. But ultimately, there are some guardrails in there. It is very clear, and I have put this in there, and I'm going to be stubborn about it. If you're going to use that asynchronous option where everyone's going to go virtual for a day out of the convenience of not meeting the 180-day requirement, no student's grades will be adversely affected as a result of that day. So anyone who signed up and did a public plan, like if a student decided to go snowboarding instead and didn't do an assignment, because rightfully snowboarding is also a genuine activity you can only do on certain points of the year, or if a student just struggled because the home, all kinds of stuff was going on and they couldn't do the assignment during the asynchronous, that will not have an adverse effect. And when they come back in person, they have to have multiple makeup opportunities. So everyone's committed to that. It's created a flexibility to not add days to the end of the year or eat up from vacation days, but it is very controlled and guarded. And as you heard from the Cecil County Superintendent, they have appreciated the flexibility, but there are guardrails. Like another big thing for us was we didn't want employees' pays to be impacted if they made that decision, because certain employees are hourly wages, they work in person. If you're going to do that, is that going to hurt employees' pay? And so what is the department doing there as well? So we will continue to monitor that, but they are onesies and twosies, I promise you, not an exception, not the norm for substituting for high quality in-person days that make up the vast majority of the 180 days required in our state.
Thank you.
Anyone else online? Senator Bates. Senator Bates, you're muted.
Sorry. Okay. I guess some of the data shows us that the students learn as much from each other interacting many times as they do from our good teachers, and how to use that is very, very helpful. The question I have, maybe you said it, I'm sorry if I missed it. Were there virtual curricula that were being used that had been already used and tested, or were the teachers in a position of having to create their own virtual material? Does that make any sense to?
It does. You have asked this question before, Senator Bates, and the answer, no, it's a good question. The answer is it's the same curriculum. It's the same English language arts curriculum that they're using in in-person learning. It's the same math curriculum. They're adapting on how, when they break for a group, they're breaking into Zoom groups or whatever platform they're using. They're adapting for those parts of the lesson that require classroom discussion or small group discussion or independent work time, except it's happening in the virtual setting. But the curriculum is still the same. It's not a curriculum, the English language arts curriculum that they're using in the in-person day-to-day, the third graders at Waikamaco, is no different than the third grade curriculum that the virtual students are also using. So the curriculum is the same. The methodology, the methodology to deliver is obviously different versus in-person and versus virtual.
Well, I know there's a lot of companies that have been developing curriculum, virtual curriculum. Is there something special that needs to be done for virtual? I know we've got really good curriculum. I'm not questioning that, but I mean, I'm wondering if there's any special training or some kind of adapting that needs to be done for a large virtual setting.
I think what we have uncovered is similar to in-person learning, engaging with an adult who you can ask questions and they can respond to, and you can see their emotions to the greatest extent possible, right? That interaction, the synchronous time, is the most important. There's no substitute for that. And but just in terms of, curriculum that just, can be asynchronous and self-paced. There's a lot of them out in the market. Some are better than others. But I will say where we're seeing success, the Wacomico, the Washingtons, where they're in Wacomico, the failure rates are lower at the virtual programming than the in-person programming. It's because they have been very intentional about making sure the students who it works for and have the supports at home, and they are in the program, and the teachers who are there, they get the training that they need, no different than the in-person, but also that synchronous time, making sure that there's interactions, kids can ask questions, etc. They have asynchronous time built in for independent work time, but that synchronous time there's no substitute for that. And what you saw is systems that relied more on vendor teachers, the synchronous time was much lower. Like it was, case closed. The vendor teachers did not outperform the system based teachers as well. So I think those are some of the lessons learned that we have.
I know I'm old school, so please forgive me for that. But one of the programs that I've loved in Howard County is a program where the students study the Constitution and then present to people what they've learned. Mm-hmm. And they did that in the virtual setting, and it was very difficult for me because we usually try to give each child personal feedback, and it was really hard to tell who was speaking and who was giving what, but I know some of the things just don't adapt well. But thank you for that information.
There you go.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Is that Ms. Chang?
Yes, President Crawford. Yeah, I have one comment and observation from the slide deck on maybe slide number 28 or 29. They're changing grades. Apparently, among high school students from the Q3 and Q4, it seems they do much better than elementary and the middle schoolers. Are there any particular things that have been done for high schoolers? Like Wacomico County, they have more engagement with the family and students and or other things that was not brought up.
So there's a few things at play here. In the high school programs, the students have a stronger ability to independently be able to, stay engaged and navigate, very different than younger students, right? So there's that element at play. I would also say that as the stakes rose for graduation and other things, I'm pretty sure that people became more pickier about who was in it at the high school level versus who was at the elementary level and middle school level. And so as you got pickier about the students, you are getting more students who are that much more likelihood to succeed. And at the high school level, it doesn't get more high stakes than that. Your diploma's on the line, your course credits on the line, college applications on the line, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And so I think the stakes rise, coupled with high school students don't have to have someone hovering over them at home. So there's that level of independence as well that they have that is much more easier than younger students. So that would be two potential underlying factors influencing that.
It's great to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now let's go to board members here in the boardroom. Any comments or questions from anyone? Mr. Bartley.
Just from my understanding and maybe the general public's understanding, these virtual programs came into existence because of COVID-19, correct?
Yes.
All right. And they're still in existence because of parents' reticence to send their children to school because of COVID-19, or are we keeping it in place in the event there's another pandemic?
No, I think there's some who there's still fear, but there are many who they like it. They want to be in the virtual program, and so they want to keep that option and not lose a family to a place that offers a virtual program, or it was also a method to, homeschooling. And this year I'll be briefing you on homeschooling. That has exploded than any previous year. And so this is an option to convince someone who liked the homeschooling aspect that forced almost kind of everyone in a homeschooling mode to stay in your system, right, and keep them in your system, but have the also benefits of what you get by being connected to a school system. So that's why they're in existence. Like, virtual program is here to stay. However, there are still far too many students in them, I would argue, who are there more so out of fear and comfort, and of still coming out of the pandemic and going through it. And there are still far too many students who are not getting the academics they need, and so the comfort is trumping the academic needs, and so hence why you're seeing higher failure rates. But I wouldn't say that's the only reason. Virtual learning is not for everyone. It's just not. It is for a smaller minority of students that works well, and the way we launched it was kind of like, who wants to be in it? And to be fair, school systems, enrollment already has been rocked, right? Homeschooling and other things as well. And so those are dollars, and I'll be the first to say. And so in desperation, you're going to enroll a parent who says, I'm not coming back, but I'll take the virtual option. And so I think that created also some tensions of enrolling people who really it's not the right fit for. So you're beginning to see Waikamaco, you see they have to do all kinds of work to bring people back. We're going to give you a tour. We're going to do this. It's almost like a reintroduction into why Waikamaco schools are safe in person and bringing them back. And so that's what's happening. But it's here to stay. But that enrollment is going to go down. Remember, we were at like 20-some thousand when we first started reporting this to you. We're at like 12,000 now. So it'll continue to whittle down. Yeah.
I have a follow-up question. So is the funding for virtual programming permanent, or was it funding supplied by the federal government because of the pandemic? And is there a special allocation for virtual programming?
No, well, all of the school systems do have this one-time infusion of federal funds, so that's in the mix. But any programming that they're running, these dollars disappear come fall of '24. The vast majority of them, I would say, are going to be sustainable on recurring dollars because these students are still enrolled at their home school. They're still enrolled. So Mohammed's still enrolled in this brick and mortar Montgomery County school, and that school gets Mohammed's grade, but he's in this virtual program where he's learning, but the school and the system is still generating that per pupil. So all of that is being pulled to run this virtual model. Startup costs with one-time federal infusion is being supported. So it's kind of it's a fortunate time to be able to do that, but once those dollars disappears, hopefully the infrastructure is not needed anymore, and it's just about enrollment. Yeah.
So the virtual schooling is a necessary competitive tool for people who are homeschooling and seeking private instruction. And so in order to maintain the funding, we have to keep the kids enrolled by allowing virtual schooling.
That is one motivation.
Okay.
But I hope ultimately the main motivation is it's a best fit option for that child and that student, and our public school systems can also offer different options versus the classic one-size-fits-all approach that doesn't work.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. Very, 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 very informative. We're going to now transition into the assessment, accountability, and performance reporting. We're going to take a look at the kindergarten readiness assessment results from 2023, and the school survey results will go to the superintendent.
All right, so it's time to release some spring 2022 data. This is one of the few, we don't plan to release our results this late in the game. Some of them do come out usually around this time, like the KRA results, the Maryland School Survey. But today we broke the presentation into two parts. Before the break, we're going to focus on the kindergarten readiness assessment and the Maryland School Survey, which is back live again. And so one of the things we'll do is we'll just give you a 101 on reminders of what the KRA is, what the Maryland School Survey is, and then we'll dive right into the results and what we're seeing coming out of 21-22 that school year. So with that, I'll have Matt and Chandra take it over. Chandra will kick it off.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right, there we go. Just as I get situated so that I can see faces. I'm a little hidden here. I think I need to get a telephone book. All right, so the kindergarten readiness assessment. Excuse me, I'm just for clarification. So after the KRA, I'll stop?
After the KRA, we'll stop if they have any questions, and then we'll move to the survey.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. All right. So this is the kindergarten readiness assessment, which we administer each fall. The first slide just provides a historical perspective of the KRA. It is one component of the Ready for Kindergarten R4K, Maryland's Early Childhood Comprehensive Assessment System. The important note here is bulleted for you, or is bolded here for you in school year 22-23, which is the one we are currently in. All Maryland students were assessed because Maryland is returning to census testing all entering kindergartners. Below I laid out kind of the timeline so you can get a little bit of perspective. The KRA was implemented in the 14-15 year, so year one of the administration was back in 2014. Year two was 15-16. That was also a census test, so those two first years were census tests. For the middle, 2016 to 2022, local school systems could actually choose whether or not to census test, or they could move to a representative sample. And so the number of LEAs that census tested did decrease, and it varied from 14 to 21. So several of the LEAs took advantage of that representative sample. So this year for 22-23, again, all students were assessed. And what you can see here is the participation rate on the right went up to 99%, and that is in response to all of our kindergartners being assessed. The bullets in the middle of the slide here provide kind of a snapshot of what the KRA is. It measures students' knowledge, skills, and behaviors at the kindergarten entry. It does look at specific readiness skills, which include language and literacy, social foundations, mathematics, and physical well-being and motor development standards. The KRA does use observations of children's work and play, and looks at selected response items and performance tasks as well. The KRA is administered within the first 2 months of school. The window is actually July 1 to October 10th. Local school systems have flexibility in when they are administering the KRA to their students. So the percent of Maryland kindergartners demonstrating readiness, which is that top level, increased 2 percentage points as compared to the 21-22. So as a reminder, the kindergarten, or the KRA, has 3 performance levels. One is the demonstrating readiness, and that is when a kindergartner is consistently demonstrating the foundational skills and behaviors that enable a child to fully participate in the kindergarten curriculum. The other 2 levels are approaching readiness and then emerging readiness. And so the graph on the right for the 22-23 school years shows that 42% of our students, kindergartners this year, were demonstrating readiness, 33% were approaching readiness, and 26% were emerging readiness. So there was an increase from 40 to 42% in that demonstrating readiness, and a drop of 1% in that emerging readiness. I also just want to highlight that we have pre-pandemic year data for comparison for that 2019-2020 school year, which shows that we have not quite returned to pre-pandemic levels. So provided here is student group results. The student group results remain consistent or increased in the 22-23 school year as compared to the 21-22, and the percent of students entering kindergarten demonstrating readiness. If you look across, Black African American students, for example, went from 33% to 37%. Economically disadvantaged went from 23 to 29%. So there were student groups that showed progress, but several others remained consistent. The next slide provides some disaggregation by additional groups where we're looking at peers. As a reminder, statewide, we're at 42% demonstrating readiness. On this slide, you can see that English learners, students with disabilities, and economically disadvantaged students had lower percentages of demonstrating readiness as compared to their peers. So on this slide, breaks it out by LEA. So LEAs do vary in regards to the students entering kindergarten demonstrating readiness, from a low of 31% to a high of 73%. So quite a bit of variation across the state. This slide provides a comparison from the prior year. Maryland kindergartners demonstrating readiness increased 2 percentage points. Again, as a reminder, the change over time by LEA varied from a drop of 10 percentage points to an increase of 11 percentage points. So there's quite a bit of variability in the change in comparing this year's results to the prior year. So in this, the next few slides, I have information on the evidence of validity, reliability, and fairness. So the Standards for Educational and Psychological Testing is a resource that provides details and procedures for establishing test validity, reliability, and fairness. And these standards were used to guide the design, development, scoring, administration, reporting processes for the KRA when it was implemented back in 2014. The Maryland State Department of Education worked and collaborated with its development partners, the Ohio Department of Education, the Johns Hopkins University Center for Technology, and West Ed. This group collaborated to design and implement the assessment, leveraging a technical advisory committee to ensure that the KRA met the highest standards of accuracy and precision for understanding children's readiness for entry to kindergarten. And I just want to highlight that the TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee, did include national experts specific to early childhood education, dual language learning, special education, and psychometrics, given that it was a kindergarten readiness assessment, so it was looking a little bit different than the other assessments. So since the first KRA administration in the fall 2014, KRA has been reported out publicly, and the results have suggested that many entering kindergartners have yet to meet the expectations defined by end of pre-kindergarten standards. So the KRA results also suggest substantial differences in performance between demographic student groups, similar to many of the other assessments that have been reported over the years. And so given that the KRA results are not unusual in this regard, every year the data from other summative assessments programs show these same achievement gaps. So in this way, that corroborates the KRA results, since we see similar results across all the assessments. The KRA does provide valid and reliable information about children's learning and development across the essential domains of school readiness, and it's documented every year in regards to technical reports. So the KRA was designed to have observations, which is the best method for assessing young children. Nearly half of the items, 50% on the KRA, are observational rubric items. Teachers evaluate and score student behaviors or skills using a rubric with defined criterion. In response to the high percentage of observational items, the teachers must be certified to assess students and must pass with an 80% or better. Intensive training for the first year is for every teacher, and there is a requirement for an annual refresher to administer the assessment each year. So Maryland is actively engaged in implementing the next version of KRA. We call this KRA 3.0. The development of the KRA 3.0 will be accomplished through a collaboration similar to the prior one, with the addition of the Center for Measurement Justice. Some of the goals for the KRA Project 3.0 include enhancing the cultural considerations and supports for children from marginalized populations to improve the learning assessment experience, increase the learning opportunities for all children using the KRA, regardless of their background, reducing implicit bias impacting children's academic performance, and improve the knowledge and awareness of readiness skills, specifically for children with low English proficiency by providing a Spanish version of the KRA, which we currently do not have. The timeline for this project is to have the evaluation pilot and field test completed by June 30th, 2024. And the KRA 3.0 with available in Spanish will roll out in the fall of 2024. I want to highlight the very bottom of the slide. The department is currently exploring further independent evaluations as needed to ensure the KRA continues as a valid, reliable, and fair assessment as it relates to mitigating the bias, specifically in the teacher observation component of the KRA. So as with all of our assessments, it is a priority to make sure we are communicating results to the families. Each kindergartner does receive an individual student report, or ISR. New this year is a video for families and educators explaining the ISR, and actually it is that ISR and video are also available in 5 languages. And there's a link here to access that video. And with that, I will just pause for questions.
Ms. Morrow.
So one question. So, I mean, we're seeing results now. Have districts already gotten their results, and do teachers get like immediate feedback from these assessments? Or, I mean, hopefully they're not waiting until December to evaluate kindergartners. So
thank you for that. That was actually one of my talking points. I missed it. So new this year, actually, we released results earlier than ever before. The assessment window closed on October 10th. They were provided a 2-week cleanup period. So the local school systems and teachers had access to their data as of October 26th, preliminary data. That was then finalized on November 23rd. So they've had results for almost a couple months now. That being said, the teachers do have access to student level data as they are administering the test. And so they can actually, if they complete a student's test, they can run an ISR report for that student on demand.
thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Mr. Bartley?
One of the interesting things that you mentioned in your presentation is that school readiness increased. I know the blueprint for Maryland's future will increase pre-K access to families in Maryland, but I don't think every family has access to pre-K prior to these results. What do you think lent itself to the increase in pre-K readiness?
That's there's multiple things that go into it. First of all, we're not back to where we are pandemic levels, and before the pandemic, less than 50% of the kids entering kindergarten were kindergarten ready. So let's not forget that stat. So we went from 47, took a dive in the 40s, and now we're kind of trending back up, and we'll see what that looks like. You know, the blueprint continues to expand pre-K, both public and private. 300% federal poverty line, pre-K is pretty much covered for you in the school systems. And then, of course, further subsidizing both private options for families as well. So ultimately, the goal is to have high quality pre-K in every corridor. One of the things that the blueprint is going to start doing is that the providers, whether it's private or public, and the school system need to work together. And they need to vertically articulate beyond just kindergarten transition activities, sharing curriculum. For example, in Talbot, they're using their Maryland Leads dollars to open up science of reading training for their providers as well. So that's great. we should ensure that there's high quality fundamental reading instruction that's developmentally appropriate is happening earlier as the kids hit kindergarten. So I think it's a combination of things, right? But ultimately, what we should be paying attention to is what happens as that cohort of kids enter the end of third grade. You know, there's a huge diminishing factor, right? Like, you know, Worcester has 73% of their kids that are proficient. Then you go to third grade, 73% of their kids are not proficient on the MCAP, and there are wide achievement gaps. So what's going on in that period? For me, early ed is pre-K all the way up to third. We don't talk about it like that. We tend to compartmentalize it. But I would say ultimately what makes things better and better and better is articulation, right? Making sure teachers are collaborating, right? Even if your child attended a Montessori pre-K and then you're entering a kindergarten in a school system that is not a Montessori school, there are still foundational elements on how you do teaching and learning when it comes to reading, math, etc. That articulation is still broken. It's not like seamless across the board. In some parts and some feeder patterns in some corridors of our state, it is there. In others, is not. Blueprint requires private providers in a region and the school system to go into an MOU to do more of that well. And so they're going to be submitting their first part of their plans in March of 23. And so I imagine over the next coming years, we should see that readiness increase. But to me, it's one thing to be ready at kindergarten. It's another thing to hold it steady all the way up to at the end of third grade. So we really need to think about it as an entire system versus compartmentalized. So that's what I would say where you see it happening more so than others. In a place like Worcester, remember they probably predominantly serve most of their pre-kindergarten students, so there's more control over, you know, how much work is being done. But I've also asked the team to kind of look and backtrack to see where students are coming from, and that research hasn't actually been done in a rigorous way. The answers are kind of all the scatter plot, so we'll look at that. But I will say at the end of the day, the blueprint is saying your fates are intertwined, you need to work together formally. And the way they're doing it is they're throwing dollars at them and saying, if you don't work together, you're not going to get these dollars. And so I think we're going to see over time a movement towards upward trends because our state is going all in as close as possible to high quality universal pre-K, given the percentage of brain development that happens at that time. And the new governor-elect is also going all in pre-K too. So I think we're all just going to go further and further. And last year, Governor Hogan also covered up all kids for school systems, regardless of their income. So I think we've had strong investments and we're going to get better and better.
Thank you. Let me check online. Are there any questions or comments from board members online?
I did.
Dr. Green.
Yes, on slide 6, first of all, as always, I appreciate the disaggregation by gender, Mr. Chaudhry. What we see for boys and girls in readiness for kindergarten, that is not just a post-pandemic aberration that was happening even before the pandemic, where boys fall, you know, really behind the girls when it comes to readiness for kindergarten. I used to always say those little boys coming into kindergarten, they just weren't baked yet. So I just wanted to know, is there ever a time that we're not just looking at academic readiness, but we're also looking at developmental readiness? These little boys coming in, not just, as I said, skill-wise, they may not be ready, but just even emotionally and developmentally, they're just not ready for the structure of a school.
So slide 4 lays out for you, KRA is actually one of those tests that seeks to look at the whole child as scientifically and statistically as accurate as possible. That's the attempt. So KRA is a whole child assessment. That's why there's a component that is heavy on, 50% of it is based on teacher observation, right? And so it is not just looking at reading and math, it's also looking at key social, emotional, behavioral milestones that are appropriate for that grade level. So we are looking at that. What you're getting is the aggregate score demonstrating readiness, but then you can take a child's profile and get the full score based on all the different domains and what that is. So we are looking at that, Dr. Green, and so the KRA is designed to do that. And so what we are presented to you again today is like the aggregate score, but we could break down and say, you know, on this domain, Mohammed is performing at that level, that level, that level, and all of that ultimately aggregates up. So that's how the KRA design, very different from the MCAP.
There was, for a time, in fact, hopefully it's still in effect, that parents could elect for their children, boy or girl, to delay starting kindergarten. Will parents still be given the flexibility if they know that their son or daughter, they're just not ready for the structure of a school day? Do they still maintain that flexibility? Are they still have that decision-making ability?
I'm looking at council, you know, as I continue to further uncover Maryland's regs and chapters and stuff a year and a half in. I believe, you know, there is the age by which they have to be in school. But, you know, the red shirting informal expression where some parents are waiting till they're older to put them in kindergarten, and then you're seeing that was the better decision for that kid. It is a phenomenon that has increased over time. I don't know if we have anything that blocks the parents from doing that. I would assume no, but I can't say I have dug into those regulations. Council? He'll look it up and then we'll get back to you. But I think it's an option but I would want regulations to back me up there, so.
I would hope so. In our race to push students or push children into formal learning environments, you know, earlier and earlier, you know, we have it at 3 years old now and 4 years old before, that we still have given parents the right to decide when their children will enter formal instruction. I hope we don't lose that.
Dr. Millie McCarthy.
I just love this presentation and I'm very interested in the KRA and have followed it for years. Excuse me. You know, I'm going to call our attention to the fact that English learners and students with disabilities didn't change, and they haven't changed. And unless we do something for those babies, we're not going to get differences when it comes to school. So as a department and with the blueprint, I just charge us to do something for those two groups of children very early on, because unless we do early on, we're still not going to see any kind of changes when they get to school. They're so behind the 8 ball. So I just have to call our attention to it.
I'm absolutely with you, and the system is trying to gear towards design to have students with disabilities and English learners, students experience homelessness are being served by our pre-K options. But I will tell you, it takes a lot to get them to want to serve those children. And so one of the things that the blueprint is hoping to do and needs to make an update to the law, Tier 1, right now the definition of Tier 1 funding is anyone who's 300% of the federal poverty line is covered, but it doesn't include those students. So if you are a student with a disability or an English learner, they are still viewed as, I will say it just like this, like a harder to teach population. So therefore you have providers who will avoid them. And so their first experience for schooling ends up becoming kindergarten, right? And so that is something we are laser-like focused. My goal is this session, that funding is equalized. You can be 300% federal poverty line, or a student with a disability, or an English learner, and a student experiencing homelessness, and you still get the same per pupil, rather than having to, you know, worry about all of the additional needs and costs that may be needed. One of the problems is they're not getting the pre-K experience as the general population. Yeah.
So I agree with you. And when I look at the students with disabilities, we look at Part C for IDEA, and we know that Part C is not sufficient on a federal level. And so as a state, how do we take the initiative to make up for that difficulty?
The goal is this session, they evolved the blueprint to make Tier 1 the same level of funding fully covered for a full day, half day pre-K for students with disabilities. So
And I have
that's the goal.
one more thought. So we talk about disaggregation. Students with disabilities are always put into one group. If we disaggregate it according to the 13 categories, there's a couple of categories that are high incidence that we would expect to do way better. And then there are students in low incidence who have more difficulties and more learning challenges. And so I think as a board, maybe we start to understand what these 13 categories are and what the challenges are so that we can start to talk about how do we create equity among the children
Among
who
the
are
differences.
differently classified. Because unless we start to look at kids as to their differences and the equity and their challenges, I don't know that we're going to make a difference.
Absolutely, and I think often we just say students with disabilities and we don't think about all the different disaggregation and all the levels from mild to moderate to the severely high needs. And so we are supposed to do a part 2 of our special special education presentation. So I will keep that in mind going forward. Thank you.
Dr. Getty.
My question is just a clarification of slide 13. You mentioned very quickly that the department is exploring further independent evaluation. Can you describe what that means?
What that means is I am pondering and that right now all the evaluation is being done with the organizations who has built the test, right? And so I am thinking about having an additional study outside of the organization who built the test. Obviously, they would cooperate with that. So to have an additional layer of validation that the KRA has to the greatest extent possible, mitigated for bias. All this work has already been done to make sure that it is mitigating for bias to the greatest extent possible. But I told the team, I'm like, you know, if we want to kind of put it at rest to people who may have certain doubts, we may want on the back end, while they're doing another study for KRA 3.0, I may want to introduce another independent evaluator who's not who didn't design the test. It's like, hey, you designed the test, and I'm doing the study on my own tests. Not to say that Johns Hopkins isn't an amazing partner, but I'm saying it is much better if the person studying your test is not you, right? And so that's what that means, yes. The KRA, 50% of it is observation. No matter what you do, there's always going to be a level of bias that can creep in. We have tons of studies. I mean, look at gifted, talented education. Unless you move to universal screenings, teachers have biases that play out in terms of how they identify for giftedness. That has been revealed. And so that's why we have pushed hard on universal screening. But as soon as you have observation, as soon as you have someone that's going to say, this is what I think, their bias creep is going to always be there. So how do we mitigate that? Teachers have to train every year, they have to get recertified, etc. But the notion of like a perfectly bias-free test, I'm sorry, like I would like someone to show me that. But you can get to very close to mitigating it and have guardrails in. So that's my hope, to continue to push against the claim that KRA is just fully biased and therefore it's invalid. That I don't agree with. Yeah.
But just one more comment. This is a very intensive test to score or evaluate the students. And I just want to express a concern that a month of school is gone by October 10th before the teacher can turn his or her attention towards teaching reading and writing.
No, I would love for you to experience the KR being implemented. People think it's like stop, drop, and tests. It's actually happening embedded into all the other things that you're doing. So you're not losing your pacing. You're every kid can be, everyone's not, it's not stop, drop, and test everyone. You have a window, and you can test your students at various windows throughout the day and throughout the month, and etc. It is one of the few tests that I wish the MCAP also had a platform that can shoot it back to them right, immediately, because you have your first days of school, right? You settle your enrollment, then you take your assessment, but it happens on not on a very like, you don't have to administer all of your kids in 1 week or 1 day. You can pace it out, and all your lessons and everything else you're doing in teaching reading, writing, math, that still happens. But ultimately, the KRA is a baseline setting test for the year. It is not a test to tell those teachers how you're doing. It's what you have. Mohammed's in your class. Here's what Mohammed is coming in with. So as you go into the rest of the year, which is the lion's share of the year, here are things to focus on and to support him developmentally. So that's what I would say. I have not seen, I genuinely would ask you to come and like see it, administer it. It happens. I have not seen pacing thrown off or anything like that. You can make some argument about that for MCAP, but the KRA is as organic as it gets, embedding it into the quote unquote natural day-to-day of a teacher's experience. So.
One
I'm
quick.
sorry, go please.
I'm sorry. So did I hear you say there was a window for KRA? Okay,
Yes.
so new students coming in after that window closes can't be assessed using this instrument. Okay, just
Correct.
curious.
Give Mr. Schoen an opportunity. Mr. Schoen, I think you have an update on the question from Dr. Green.
Yes, Dr. Green's absolutely right. There is a regulation on level of waiver, level of maturity waiver that's in COMAR. So a parent could do exactly what Dr. Green suggested, is make a written request at the local school system for, as the superintendent said, a red shirt year based on the student's maturity.
So it delays it a year.
At the parent's request.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Schoen.
The video is, if you've had a chance to look at the video, I would just suggest that you post that on social media. I think, for parents to, when I look at the written explanation, I can follow it, but I could see where some parents may have a little bit of a challenge with it. The video tells a very nice story in about 5 or 6 minutes. So consider posting it on social media where parents could just see it. People can just see it and understand.
Yep. I would always say at the end of the day, you have a standardized assessment to measure how your kindergartners are doing at scale. Yes, there will be students who may come later in the year. We also have that with MCAP, where if they miss that much of the year, they don't do it. So it's the trade-off between let's be in the dark, or we have something that is high caliber that other states are beginning to adopt, and we're ahead of the curve. Not every state has a KRA assessment, and people are moving towards it. And we are part of a consortium, right? We went first with the KRA. Ohio and others are joining us. But you can say, oh, okay, well, we don't want to test. Okay, then you're going in the dark. And now you have no idea whether your pre-K is working. And don't say you can get 24 different assessments from LEAs, because those are all over the place. And so we need to, whenever we have this conversation, how are you going to know whether there's an achievement gap? How do you know if special education students continue to be left behind, right? You can't just say, hey, locals, give me your assessment, when they're all over the place as well. So it's the difference between going in the dark as a state or having an instrument that we make as organic as possible to the teaching experience and tied to practice to the greatest extent possible to give in the hands of teachers as a tool to be able to do this work. The KRA does not go into the star rating system. It is a tool ultimately to have a baseline. Something's happening at Worcester. 73% of students are KRA ready. Washington went up 10 percentage points today. What is happening there, right? And so we can have a conversation about the quality of pre-K, both in the public school system and the private school system in which students are feeding into. So I always say that, right? If you don't have anything, then you're in the dark as a state and when it comes to your decision making. So how do you make the case for more pre-K, universal pre-K, high quality curriculum, science of reading, all those things? You gotta have tools, so.
Any additional comments, questions? Okay, let's continue. Thank you.
Okay, Maryland School Survey.
Let's see if I can do this without asking for help. I might have opened it twice now. Okay. Okay. So Maryland School Survey was administered last spring. I'm going to provide an overview of our historical perspective so we can get a sense of where we are. So as everyone here probably knows, it was very important when the Every Student Succeeds Act was passed to consider not only academic outcomes of students, but also to incorporate other quality or student success type indicators that were not necessarily outcome. So Maryland engaged all 24 local school systems along with and collaborated with the Regional Education Mid-Atlantic to develop a school survey that would be used in the accountability system. But I'm presenting today's results to you today. The first year that it was administered was spring of 2019. That was year one. During the pandemic, it was not administered. So this is our second year, school year 21-22. So we do have prior year data to look at as I show you the results. So as an overview, the Maryland School Survey has 4 domains. These were prioritized based on stakeholder engagement. Each domain has between 2 to 4 topics listed below on this slide. There is also a survey for educator, which has a 5th domain for instructional feedback. All Maryland students in grades 5 through 8 and educators, instructional staff, take the survey during the spring of the school year. In regards to the actual survey, there are there's 3 primary surveys. One is for high school students, one is for elementary and middle students, one is for educators, and then I did want to highlight that the student surveys are translated into Spanish. I did also want to mention, as I leave that slide, is that during the stakeholder engagement, one of the reasons why it was prioritized to those 4 domains was in consideration of the length of the survey. Typically, students can answer the survey within 30 minutes. There's just over 50 questions. If we were to add additional domains, the survey would have been longer. So how the survey is reported. So I just want to highlight that the data is collected at the item level, but is reported out on the topic level. So topics have multiple items, approximately 5 or 6 items, and they are asked using a 4-point Likert scale from strongly agree, agree, disagree, and strongly disagree. The topic scores are combined to get with the goal of, and these are with the goal of being easy to interpret and easy to compare across topics. So for example, even though the items are on a 4-point Likert scale, the actual topic score is rescaled to be 1 to 10. So what that means is that you can compare topics across all of them. So for example, a score of 8 on topic X is better than a score of 4 on topic Y. So what the way this survey is designed is that students answer items, they're grouped together into a topic, and it's rescaled so that they can be compared to each other. What this provides is useful information to schools, and it actually assists with differentiating the results, which I will show you as we go through the results from this year. So that all of the topic scores aren't just an average. They're not all just, we agree right in the middle. we're able to see across 1 to 10. We did use a methodology for the survey based on the U.S. Department of Education school survey, so that there is a strong foundation in the methodology that was used, and it provides a topic score from 1 to 10. And I also just want to highlight that it uses a Roche method, but which can give results outside of that 1 to 10, but it's contained within that 1 to 10. All right, so that's a deep dive into kind of to the weeds of it. Let's step back and just kind of look at the survey results. So this is a big priority of the survey, as we wanted to make sure that we were giving useful information to the schools. So that comparability of topics was a critical goal. So each topic score, again, has a maximum of 10 and a minimum of 1. And that's something that I will probably continue to say, that 10 is always higher and 1 is always lower. All topic scores are benchmarked, so they can be compared to each other within a school. This allows school leaders to compare the topics and prioritize the support that they may provide the school. I did provide an example again. So if a school's topic score for student-teacher relationships was 8, for example, and the topic score for student-student relationships was 5, what that means is that the school's perception of student-teacher relationships are more favorable than the average perceptions of student-student relationships. Another way you can think of it, besides just using the numbers 1 to 10, is the higher the score, it's a more favorable perception, and the lower the score, it's a lower favorable perception. So remember, there are 4 domains. This slide lists out each of the topics in that domain and the actual results from this school year. The safety domain describes student and educator perceptions of physical and emotional safety and the degree to which bullying and substance abuse occurs in the school. And you'll see those key terms bolded in the topics: physical safety, emotional safety, bullying, and substance abuse. Student perception, if you look in the middle, the student score, the student perception of emotional safety was 5.5, and substance abuse was 7.5. So both of those are more favorable than the other topics scores of physical safety and bullying. So you can compare the topics in a school to prioritize where support is needed for that school. Similarly, for the educators, substance abuse was less favorable than the other safety domain topics. So looking at the community domain topics, there's 2. This describes the degree to which there's respect for diversity and opportunities for participation and engagement in the school. Student and educator perception in schools for respect for diversity was more favorable than participation and engagement. So they were similar results for both educators and students. The environment domain topics describes the degree to which there are behavioral and academic supports, and the physical environment supports a positive learning and working environment. Student and educator perception of schools of behavioral and academic supports was more favorable than physical environment. And you can see that for the students, the physical environment had a score of 2.9, which is definitely a lower favorability than the 6.4. Looking at the relationship domain, this describes the degree to which students and educators feel that students have positive, caring, and respectful connections with their peers and adults in the school. Student and educator perception in schools of student-staff relationships were more favorable than student-student relationships. And it was similar for both educator and students as you look at the actual results. The educators had that additional domain, which was the quality of instructional feedback. The educator perception in schools of the quality of instructional feedback has a score of 5.6, which is just in the favorable range. So not only can you compare topics within a school for students and educators, you can actually look also at the differences between educators and students. So this provides a graph comparing all of the results for students, which are blue, and educators, which are gray. And just looking across this at a very high level, you can see that participation and engagement right here in the middle, 5.3 and 5.5, are very similar, as well as behavioral and academic supports, which was right below that, 6.6 and 6.4. So there was similar perception between the educators and students for those. And if you recall earlier, that less favorable, more favorable benchmark around 5.5, you can look at which of the topics were higher than the others. So the educator survey results overall were more favorable as compared to student survey results. So you can see the educators are in the gray. They are ending up in the more favorable range if you look at where their results were for most of the topics, whereas the students were a little bit on the less favorable side. I've also provided some statewide results comparisons from the prior year. So this looks at the student survey by grade span. We know that elementary and high schools probably have a fairly different perception of the school, which you can see here. For all schools, it was very similar from this year compared to last year at 5.3 and 5.2. Elementary had a higher favorable perception. Middle and high school were lower with a similar comparison to the prior year. Looking at a disaggregation by race and ethnicity, what you see is that it does vary, with Asian, white, and Hispanic students groups having a more favorable perception results than the other race ethnicity categories. In the middle there is the all students at 5.3 for comparison. Some additional student groups disaggregations. What you can see is that they are similar across most of the student groups here. The one noteworthy is that the English learner student group definitely has a more favorable perception result at the very bottom here at 5.7. And I will end here with a snapshot of the educator survey results in comparison to the last time it was administered. It actually is slightly above at 6.3. I do also want to note that year one, we had 52,000 instructional staff participate in the survey. We saw an increase to 70,000 surveys this past year. We were able to reach additional instructional staff this year in that second year, maybe due to the comfort of having the survey and just being provided the opportunity to respond. And the last slide is a call out to our new newsletter. We are working to improve the transparency of information and activities are happening in the assessment, accountability, and performance reporting world. So we have launched a new newsletter, and this provides information on how you can subscribe and start receiving this newsletter on a monthly basis. We're targeting the end of every month. And with that, I'll turn it back over for questions.
Floor is now open for questions. We'll start here in the boardroom. Ms. Morrow?
I have hopefully a quick question. A couple slides back, you have it broken out by elementary, middle, and high school. So the survey starts at 5th grade.
Yes.
Is that elementary just basically 5th graders, or is 6th grader depending what kind of school they're in? Because I know we have some that still have 6th grade in elementary, and I think a lot of them have moved 6th grade to middle.
So it is specific to the grades, so it would be split. The 5th is considered elementary, and the 6th through 8th is considered middle school. Yes.
Okay. So really that slide is all schools, elementary would just be 5th grade, middle would be 6th through 8th.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. That's a good clarification.
Let me now turn to online. Any of our online board members with questions or comments?
I had
Dr. Green?
Yes. I was looking at the slide. I think it's slide number 13. Really quite a difference between educators' perception and students' perception of bullying, substance abuse, physical safety. I mean, what does that tell us? Are educators really clueless to what's going on in their schools, and how can we help that?
So I'm going to agree. There is definitely a difference in the perception of their school that the educators have in comparison to their students. And just as a reminder, every school and local school system is receiving the school level data to use it and determine how best to support both the educators and the students that are in there, because we do want to see the survey results go up. This is a perception of their school.
I guess it's not so much the bullying. I'd like to think that perhaps what educators see as bullying, the kids aren't seeing it. But when it comes to the others, the physical safety, the physical environment, and the substance abuse, I think that truly should be an eye-opener to our educators.
So back to clarification on the bullying. The bullying for the educators describes the degree to which educators feel staff are teased, picked on, or bullying. So they're not responding to students being bullied. It is the perception of they themselves being bullied. So it is different. So that could be part of the difference there.
Oh, okay. I was thinking that how teachers were perceiving students being bullied. But still, my goodness, teachers versus how students are perceiving them as being bullied. My goodness. But so when systems get this data, and then they then are helped with some of the supports that they might need to make a difference, especially I'm really zeroing in on the substance abuse, the fact that students are feeling, I think the explanation was that they don't think that they'll be caught. I think that's what it said on the graph.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the purposes of a survey is to start to collect this data. This is the second year we've never had a statewide climate survey, so I agree. A lot of the results that schools will be receiving will be very informative.
Yeah, but the positive results of the student there is not that they're getting caught. Can you explain?
Oh,
what
yes.
That, yeah, explain
Thank you.
what that means.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the substance abuse, and just as a reminder, the higher the number, the better, the more favorable. So the substance abuse for the students in regards to the 7.5, in regards to the use and abuse, that's actually a very favorable response or perception of their school. The students do not think that, or they do not believe that it is okay to use alcohol, drugs, and or tobacco. If that was a low number, that would definitely be concerning. In regards to the educators, that's where they're talking about the degree to which the school has adequate resources and supports to address and prevent substance abuse. And so educators gave a very low perception of that particular topic.
And the way to think about this is the students are experiencing the entire school through the hallways, the lunch, etc. And so it is entirely very much possible and true in the aggregate that overall students do not see, one, they have very positive, favorable views on the ill effects of drug use, etc., and they don't see it as a massive issue at their school. However, an educator usually have a story. You have your classroom, your students, it's more personal to you. So if you had a student who struggled with something and you felt the school system didn't help or the resources available there, that can easily shape your perception on what you feel like is available or not. So it's to think about it in various ways. So this disconnect is very much possible because I can have a student or a few students who I felt like needed the help they needed to and didn't get the adequate resources from my school or my community. But on a school-wide level, it is not as rampant as, as sometimes we often assume it is.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any additional comments or questions? Ms. Moore, did you?
No, I was just going to make the same comment about the substance abuse, that they're not the exact same question. That was just my.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
And that brings us to the break.
Okay. All righty. So we will take our break. I think we are, so we would be back at 1:15. Okay, so we'll take our break and we'll be back at 1:15. Thank you very much. Again, very, very informative.
I had a question to ask you about something I'm presenting tomorrow, and I'm trying to remember what it is. I'll remember it later.
over. Are we live again?
Are we ready? Good afternoon. We're reconvening. Thank you very much, members of the public. We will now turn back to Superintendent Chaudhary to continue the assessments, accountability, performance reporting. We're going to look at the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment preliminary results 2022 and the NAEP 2022 results update.
Do you want to keep the order? Our guest is also here,
Well,
stakeholder
let's go ahead
engagement,
and
so we can change it up. So he doesn't
take
have
our
to,
guest.
Yeah, so he doesn't have to hear about me rant about test scores.
I'm sure that's really the reason why he agreed to come, was to be able to listen to test scores.
But Mark Luckner is here, so if you want to switch it up, we can.
Yes, let's do that. Let's do that.
Okay. All right.
So members of the public, we're going to have our stakeholder engagement session. We're going to be hearing about the Maryland Community Health Resources Commission. So we're very happy to have Mr. Luckner here. We appreciate this morning. His schedule did not permit, but said he'd be happy to come this afternoon. This is a new commission on a very important topic, so we'd like to invite him to come up and to share what information you have with us.
All right, Mark. So just to give some background context, Mark is the executive director of the Maryland Community Health Resources organization, and that is an independent unit inside MDH that focuses on a wide variety of things. And when the blueprint created, last time when I presented to you, I gave you a high-level overview of this. He'll give you a little deeper context today. The blueprint created something called the Maryland Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports. And so it's a massive project with several millions of dollars invested over the next several years. And so where they parked the dollars was at Mark's organization. And so we are well under our way in planning out how to leverage these dollars to meet student needs, and he'll tell you more about it. And I've come to know Mark so far. I am one of the subcommittee co-chairs, and he is just a consummate gentleman and in it for all the right reasons. And so I'm looking forward to him presenting today and you guys engaging with him. Thank you, Mark, for being here today.
Thank you very much. Welcome, please.
It's my first presentation of the State Board of Education, so I just thank Superintendent for the invitation. And can everybody hear me? I'm sort of a soft-spoken kind of guy. Is that okay?
We can hear you. If we can't, we'll let you know. We're
Okay.
not particularly soft-spoken here.
Okay, good to know. Good to know. Well, I have a PowerPoint that you have before you. I'd be happy to run through it. I'd also, with the superintendent's guidance here, I'd be happy to respond to questions as you like, or to take them at the end, however you'd like to go, Superintendent.
I think the PowerPoint might be useful because we still don't know a lot, so it may be helpful to give us a background, and then I think if we could then have an opportunity to ask questions.
Okay, sounds good. Great. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So before I go into the prepared PowerPoint, just background about myself. I've been a state employee since 1999. I worked in the legislature for 8 years, 6 of which I was the chief of staff to the Health and Government Operations Committee. Was going to school at night to get my master's in public policy, got that union card, and then I went to go work for the O'Malley administration, being a data analyst for health, human services, and public safety. And then I became hired to be in the job that I have now in 2009. So that's just, I come to you with that experience, longtime state employee. Okay, Damon, can we, next slide? Okay, great. So as the superintendent said, I know MSD likes their objective slides to let everybody know what we're going to talk about. So I'm going to tell a little bit about the Consortium on Coordinated Community Support Partnerships, which the superintendent said was created in the Blueprint Bill, and we'll talk about that. That's the main, kind of the big thing today. As the superintendent said, there was a second bill passed by the legislature last year that clarified that the commission where I work the Community Health Resource Commission would serve as the fiscal agent to these funds. And then I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we've done the last 6 months since we launched in the summer of 2022. And then we're going to talk about what we're going to do in 2023. Does that sound good? And like I say, I'd be happy to respond to questions as they come. Rough and running. Good. Okay, so as the superintendent said, the consortium was created in an amendment, as the bill made its way through the session here. I got a call from Senate leadership, would you be interested in this? And I said, maybe. And that became, 10 pages 170 through 179 in the bill. And as the superintendent said, I've literally worked on hundreds of bills, okay? It's just what I've done for a while. They use a term I've never seen in any bill before, which is housed. It's housed, the consortium is housed at our commission. And I'll talk about our commission in a minute. And then, as I said, there was a bill that was signed into law this past summer that added 4 additional members to our 24-member consortium. And we'll talk about who those folks are. It indicated that the chair would be appointed by the legislature. So we have former delegate Dave Rudolph, longtime educator from Cecil County. That's how he likes to say it, Cecil County. And it clarified that our commission would serve as a fiscal agent. Okay, so the elevator speech of why is there a consortium? There's a consortium to expand access to coordinated behavioral health and wraparound needs. That's the thesis statement. There are other statutory goals throughout the bill, but if we just keep in our mind's eye, the consortium is to focus on expansion of behavioral health services and wraparound services. And we're tasked with doing that on a statewide basis. And if the end is expanding access to behavioral health and wraparound services, the means is the creation of these coordinated community support partnerships. And we'll talk about what those look like as hubs and backbone organizations in a minute. Also, the legislature is very interested in maximizing Medicaid reimbursement as well. So we had another member from the State Health Department Medicaid office added to our consortium. They're interested in a positive classroom environment, and we'll be launching a grant program later this year. We're also thrilled that the legislature wrote in the National Center for School Mental Health in the University of Maryland School of Medicine, and I would imagine they work a lot with the Department of Education. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, a lot of names on here. I'm not going to read all the names. I would just say that we have a great group of diverse, highly talented, and motivated appointees to this 24-member board. The next slide, we'll get into the subcommittees. Well, okay, so good, 24 members for our consortium. Okay, this is my blinker. Now I'm going to talk about the Community Health Resource Commission. That's where I'm the executive director. I have a staff of 4 people, which will grow to 12 because of this bill and another bill. And I report to a board of 11 commissioners, which we'll talk about in a minute. Our commission has these 5 or 6 statutory responsibilities. And I would share, when I worked in the legislature, I worked on the bill that created the commission. So it's very humbling to be able to be the director. So the legislature passed a bill 5 or 6 years before the Affordable Care Act to expand access to health services in underserved communities. I've been here since 2009. And so we've awarded 600 grants across the state: dental care, primary care, maternal child health, behavioral health, you name it, all 24 jurisdictions. And the common theme throughout all of the grants we've awarded is that they serve underserved communities, and they address those non-medical social determinants of health like food insecurity, health literacy, transportation, and so forth, and that they're sustainable, innovative, and replicable. We're focused on building the capacity of safety net providers. These are folks like federal qualified health centers, local health departments, behavioral health providers, free clinics. If they have as part of their common DNA wanting to serve the underserved, then there are people. Those are the people we want to fund. We have our current RFP out for fiscal 23. Proposals are due December 19th. We have about $7 million to award this fiscal year, and that's separate from the work of the consortium, which we'll talk about in a minute. I first came to work with the folks here at the State Department of Education because we staff this interagency council on the advancement of school-based health centers. And that's also a type of program that we fund, and I've had the great pleasure to work with Mary Gable and her team for several years. And I would also thank the superintendent for helping me get to know other folks here at the Department of Education like Matt and Shane and others and Mike. It's been great to get to know them. Let's go to the next slide. So my 11 commissioners, or my bosses as it were, you see before you here, and I might flag for you that my chair, in fact, I think he got this appointment before he became the chair of IAC, but you guys probably know former Senator Ed Casemar. He's the chair of the commission, and he's also a member of the consortium, and I understand he has another hat up here as well. Great group of individuals that I report to. They're experts in health equity, several health insurers, someone from a hospital, very, very diverse. Let's go to the next slide. So as I said, 668 grants totaling $117 million, serving all 24 jurisdictions, serving more than 500 Marylanders, most of whom have complex health and social service needs. And we're particularly proud that of the funding that we've provided out, they're public funds, they've leveraged an additional $32 million in additional resources, most of which come from the private sector, and that came up at your framework subcommittee earlier this week. We're also happy that more than 3/4 of the grants that we've funded are sustained at least 3/4, are sustained at least 1 year after the grant has expired. Let's go to the next slide. So some of the types of areas of focus we've done, as I said, expanding access to primary care services, dental care. Everybody remembers what happened in 2004 with a child from Prince George's County whose mother, couldn't get an appointment even though she had health insurance. So we fund dental care projects, diabetes and chronic disease, women's health services, and behavioral health, of course, with the opioid crisis. Happy to talk about more of these grants, which is a little bit tangential to today's discussion. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so as the superintendent said, there's this new fund established under the Blueprint Bill 1300, which begins with $50 million in fiscal 23. That's the year one right now. And then it goes up to $85 million in 24, and then it continues to go up all the way to $130 million in year 5. And then $130 million, superintendent asked me to run this down, is in perpetuity unless the legislature or some other action occurs. So that's important for us because, most of our grants are 2 or 3 year basis, could be as small as $100,000 a year, could be as much as maybe $1 million over a couple of years. So the scale of this project is a huge project, and it's not lost on us. And so we will be working to develop the framework for how these funds should be distributed and used, and that's what we're discussing right now. Let's go to the next slide. So we had the appointment of all the members early this summer. We launched our orientation meeting in mid-August, and we've been meeting as a full consortium, all open to the public, typically usually at the UMBC Tech Center and UMBC, about once a month. And then we have significant subcommittee meetings, which I'm going to talk about in a moment, throughout in between the full consortium meetings. Our next meeting is this coming Tuesday, December 13th. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so I said that we have formed subcommittees, and I would just thank the superintendent for co-chairing one of our most important subcommittees, the Framework Design and RFP. I like metaphors, so the metaphor I would use is he's really he and Dr. McKeith, who's also a commissioner, are really the engineers, I guess. I like that metaphor. They're the engineers coming in to design the blueprint for the house. And Superintendent, if you want to jump in and expand more about the framework subcommittee, we can. We're going to talk about collective impact in a moment. The second subcommittee is data analysis and program evaluation. They're working with Matt, thank you for that, to gather the information that we think will be most helpful to track the overall impact of this initiative. As a grant-making body, our commission is very focused on accountability and performance. So that's sort of going to be my perspective as serving as the fiscal agent for the commission. Outreach and community engagement, we had a public outreach campaign that solicited comments on 12 questions we engaged the public on, and we were overjoyed with the response, the thoughtfulness of the response. We'll discuss them in greater detail on December 13th, and they really will help us guide as we move forward, and we're going to continue a substantive public engagement process throughout this initiative. And then the best practices subcommittee, which will look at specific interventions that we think might be statewide versus ones that might be tailored to the local community. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the superintendent subcommittee. These are some general overarching responsibilities to design the overall program structure, recommend aspects of the first RFP that we anticipate releasing later this spring, and then also looking at the issue of Medicaid reimbursement, which is going to be the big agenda item, Superintendent, on the 13th. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, I just have to pause here because I know the superintendent's very focused on the collective impact model, which we are too. So how could I come to his house and talk about the collective impact without inviting him to speak? So did you want to just expand, Superintendent?
They've already gotten it from me so many times.
Oh, you've hit them multiple times. You're like, oh, backbone.
And I don't get to rest my voice a lot during the state board meeting, so you can do that.
All right. Well, it appears that this is material that's been well covered here in this setting. So this just gives you. I'm a visual person. This gives you a sense of how we think that the initiative should be rolled out. I'm using the term hub as synonymous with a backbone organization, and we're thinking essentially that if you sort of keep in your mind's eye the whole state, Allegheny all the way down to Somerset, we think that there's a certain number of hubs that should exist. And my personal opinion is that it's something on the order of about 25 to 35. Not 100, not 500, that's crazy. But you have to sort of strike the right balance of having the hub know the needs of their community and be able to do three things. One, to coordinate service delivery within their geographic area, so maybe one per jurisdiction except for larger jurisdictions. Two, to collect and report data to the state. And then three, to serve as a fiduciary agent. So the hub is sort of the lead grantee with the commission, and then the hub would then have subcontracts with different spokes or service providers. That's essentially the model that we're exploring. And I would also point out that we anticipate that these hubs will have to have very close coordination with the individual school districts. This is sort of, if there's one thing I want to leave, this is sort of the direction of where we're thinking of headed for this framework. I can pause here if you'd like and talk more through this, or we can keep going.
So the way I want you guys to think about it is a grantee could apply to be a spoke, right? They provide a specific service, or they can apply to become a hub in the making, right? That kind of serves as the quarterback for the region for those services. So this first iteration, when we put out the RFP, we're basically putting out to the community, we don't want to delay services. So if someone is really good at providing that service, we want them to pitch how they're going to scale their impact while also agreeing to fit into a hub eventually. And we also want to start identifying who are going to be our hubs over time.
Yeah. We're trying to do two things in the first year of the initiative at the same time. One, to expand access to services, because if we didn't do that, the legislature should fire us. Like, we should absolutely be expanding access to services. But then second, we need to be building capacity to form these partnerships, which are in varying degrees across the state.
As you talk at the appropriate time, what is the relationship between what you're doing in community schools and the wraparound services through community schools?
Community schools fits into it. It's another, the way to think about it is community schools is explicitly focused on those students, that school, and connecting. And ultimately, a community school is going to want to refer students out to external services. So for things that it can't directly provide or get readily available from the school system, it can refer out to a spoke or the hub eventually of their region. So ultimately, this is thinking about regional transformation, right? Moving chronic absenteeism down in all of Allegheny versus just in that school, where the community schools is more of a isolated focus specifically on those children in that school. But the community school ultimately has to rely on a network of coordinated supports for specific needs. And ultimately, if I wasn't there when they designed the bill, but the vision that you're kind of seeing is this organization is building out the ecosystem that can exist for all kids. And there's a line in the bill that says within an hour's drive, a kid will be able to access services anywhere in Maryland, while also leveraging things like telehealth, et cetera. And so that's the relationship ultimately. But the community school is micro. We're thinking about moving macro level numbers here with all of these hubs ultimately.
Okay.
Next slide. So So as we said a moment ago, we're looking to build service capacity and the capacity building. As we said earlier, the hubs are sort of the, I don't know, you could use the word quarterback, I suppose, but they're really sort of the main entity that's responsible for service delivery, data collection, fiscal agent, and then the spokes are the service providers. So, in the superintendent subcommittee, we've been thinking a lot about who are some potential current providers or programs that might become a hub. And some of the entities that we're thinking about are local management boards, local behavioral health authorities. We've discussed what role the school district might have. And what you see here is there's a preference for the hub to be a nonprofit versus a for-profit entity. And I would anticipate that there will be very clear requirements that our commission will have in the RFP in order to be, I'm going to use the word designated a hub. It'd be a pretty tight connection that we'll have with them. And then as far as the spokes or the service providers, if we want to think of that, we're more or less agnostic whether they're nonprofit or for-profit, but there'll be expectations that they coordinate with the hub, as the superintendent said, that they collect and report data. I could see some spokes be involved in the Medicaid reimbursement piece, and we'll talk about that in a moment. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, the second subcommittee, data collection, analysis, and program evaluation, is looking at what are the metrics that the consortium as a whole should be held accountable for. Said another way, we want to be able to articulate for the legislature, the Accountability and Implementation Board, the administration, okay, at the end of the day, we will do these three things. That's really what we're working on right now. And one of them, of course, should be expanding access to services. And then the second one we're thinking about is what is the impact of the expansion of those services. And so Larry Epp, his background, he works at Shepherd Pratt, and he's very familiar with the type of data and the systems and the actual data that can be collected to demonstrate that a child's well-being is being improved by the virtue of these services. And one of the things that we're going to talk about with the superintendent in ongoing conversations is to what extent we would consider consortium-funded activities as relating to educational achievement. And that's a kind of a nut that we got to get through. Probably not today, but that's something we'll talk through. Let's go to the next. Okay. So I said these are the three things that we're thinking about: expanding access to services, and we have specific metrics that we're thinking about. Demonstrating an improvement in student well-being and the readiness to learn. And I would point out there's members of our consortium that want to be able to track performance at the individual student level, not just this school or that community, but at the individual child level. And in health funding, you talk about HIPAA and all of that. I know that the equivalent is FERPA, and so we would have attorneys help us think through all of that and make sure we don't run afoul of any of those things. And then the other things that the legislature put in the bill, promoting the use of positive classroom strategies. That's something I'm learning a lot more about. And then also maximizing Medicaid reimbursement. So our third subcommittee, outreach and community engagement, I said that we had a public comment period that was October, November. Substantive feedback we got, 81 written comments, very thoughtful on 12 questions. And we also had an in-person on the computer public comment period as well. And we'll talk about that at the next consortium meeting. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, yep. This summarizes the comments we got 81 comments, very, very substantive comments, very thoughtful. Let's go to the next slide. So some key themes. This is sort of like at a 10,000-foot perspective. Folks are interested in the consortium activities funding the three tiers, tier 1, 2, and 3. I need to always remind myself, tier 1 is the general, and 3 is more specified. Yeah. Group therapy was highlighted in some comments. Another comment we received was the need to work with families, not just students. Substance use programs. I touched on those non-medical social determinants of health. Transportation would be one that was highlighted. Linguistic competency. Another theme that we heard a lot about that is going to be something we're going to have to grapple with is workforce shortages, especially with the behavioral health providers. Let's go to the next slide. So the fourth and final subcommittee, the best practices subcommittee, is co-chaired by Dr. Campo, child psychiatrist, and Dr. Simmons, who I'm sure you guys know from Caroline County. Great combination. Most of the subcommittees, we have a health and education person, so this is a great example of that. And what they'll be looking at is what are the best practices and specific interventions we want to mandate be funded statewide versus what are tailored to the communities. My personal opinion is that there will be a balancing act that we have to strike. You know, I think Sharon's group and, you know, will say, okay, here's 5 or 6 things got to do statewide, and then here's other things that we think are optional or, you know, you can tailor your intervention. So that's under progress. Let's go to the next slide. So I'm sure I don't need to go through tier 1, 2, and 3 with this group, but I would imagine the consortium funding will fund initiatives that support services in all 3 tiers. Let's go to the next slide. So as I said, we're trying to decide which ones would be mandated statewide versus which ones would be optional or recommended. Let's go to the next slide. So our next meeting is December 13th. We will discuss and approve the annual report that's due to the legislature. And then our next meeting will be January 10th, 2023. I anticipate that's going to be Hub and Spoke Day at the Consortium. And throughout that, we'll be having different subcommittee meetings. And then later this spring, the Consortium will issue recommendations to my board, the fiscal agent, that will then form the basis of the first RFP that'll go out this spring. So that's the conclusion of my prepared remarks, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
The last piece I want to add, I know the board will be interested in this. We have defined students as in pre-K through 12, public and private students. So it is not just the students in a school system. So the hub and scope model is going to serve, yes, it wasn't originally designed like that. So I told you when I find a window, I'm going to do it. And so we have designed it so regardless of what neighborhood you're in Baltimore City or Caroline, if you are a student in need, you can get referred out, whether you're in a private provider in the early years of life, or in a non-public school, or in Baltimore City. All of those children of that region benefit from the hub and spoke. That's the vision for this. So I just wanted you to know this because it's a big deal. It's $130 million eventually annually. So this is the state putting its money where its mouth is when it comes to wraparound services and mental health and support needs. Now it's pulling it off and working together to make it happen.
Open it up now to questions from members of the board here in the room, and then we will go online. Any comments or questions? General Sumter?
I like the concept, and I want to try and get my arms around it. A lot of the stuff that you're talking about through the years we've sent to juvenile courts, social services, local health departments. Are they going to be hubs or spokes, or are you just going to include them as part of providers? How are you looking at that relationship?
Superintendent, you're welcome to jump in here with your thoughts, since it's really the bailiwick of your subcommittee. But my personal thoughts are that the most of the programs or entities that you just mentioned, if they demonstrate the capacity to do those 3 things I mentioned, that they could become hubs.
Right. But the partnering and there's buy-in. I mean, we're not going to have where are the lines of where you go for the assistance?
So everyone ultimately we want to, so if there's an existing service provider who's already functioning and they're a great spoke, and we want to further scale their impact, have them clear that wait list, have them serve more kids at the same time, right? Then we want them to come into this. Ultimately, the key thing about all of this is there's so many good things happening. They're just not coordinating well, right? And so the goal is these hubs will be able to, right, tell the story and be a place where there's one place you can go to get referred out to all these different services. And maybe the best option is some of those people that you named, or one of the private service providers who's part of the hub. But all of them would have a fundamental master MOU, right? That we are going to share data, we are all going to commit to X, Y, and Z. We're all working in service and transforming the behavioral health outcomes of our students of this region. So the way I would see it is, you know, a child gets referred out to a hub that serves the Somerset region, and then they get they get referred out to a service that connects to that hub. The parent or the school system just has to go to the hub and then let the hub figure out where that service lies. It could be with the county social services that has already provided, or a new provider that has entered the region as part of the menu of services that exists. Does that help?
And at the same time, having funds to facilitate some of those needs.
Absolutely, $130 million. And so we talked about it just not, we've had this kind of just a healthy tension in the consortium of, we give startup dollars, but should we also give dollars that also reinforce and keep that concept going, right? And so, but we also want people to work with their existing dollars with these new dollars to be smarter about their resources as well too. So we're kind of figuring out how to best to strike that balance.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that the superintendent said. I know we funded a couple of programs. There was an entity called Local Health Improvement Coalitions, or LHICs, and we funded them for a couple of years, but it wasn't permanent funding. And the activities of these local health improvement coalitions were to pull together many grassroots organizations to serve the underserved, with a particular emphasis on diabetes. It was all right before COVID hit. Okay. In my experience, the LHICs were okay, but the ones that didn't secure local support, which was the bulk of them, they basically just relegated the activities to existing staff of local health departments, and it didn't work so well. So my personal opinion is that these hubs, to really be successful, they're going to have semi-permanent funding. Right. And I think if we just say, okay, Wycomico Health Department, here's a boatload of money and you can hire some my personal thinking right now, which is subject to data that we gather, is that these hubs are going to have to be new entities, or an existing entity is really going to have to scale up, and then a portion of that 130 is going to have to fund it.
And with each of these programs, there's federal, there's state dollars. I'm looking at it that perhaps the hubs, the locals, and then even at your level, you can look at those barriers which prevent those agencies from intermingling the money or working together to make it happen, because there's statutes or
absolutely
things that come along with the federal dollars. And if you can remove those barriers and speed up the process of getting the students that health or behavioral issues addressed earlier, because sometimes it takes forever and the student is losing the entire time.
What's great about, we definitely want braiding to happen. Oftentimes it's called braiding, making your federal dollars, state dollars, and your local dollars work in concert with one another to pull off that thing. The great thing about these dollars is they don't come with the federal red tape, right? And so we can have those dollars move faster, whereas focus the federal dollars on different things, maybe on operations and support versus the actual service delivery aspect of it. So it's state dollars, so there will be less red tape, I promise you, General Sumter, than what federal dollars come with.
We're just using it to get the immediate assistance, and then when you can build a case and get the okays for the other monies.
Yeah, we were just talking about it, having a set aside for emergency funds for families and such to support them through these dollars as well, to get the service immediately rather than waiting to go through like a whole set of application process and things like that. So,
thank you.
Any other questions here in the boardroom? Mr. Bartley?
Thank you for your presentation. One of the things you said in your presentation is that there will be an organization that will determine the behavioral health needs for all of the state and their priorities, correct?
Sort of. I would say that the legislature, when they added this new language into the blueprint bill, and I'm certain the folks in this room know the blueprint bill far better than me, but the legislature signaled their interest in addressing in a coordinated way unmet behavioral health needs for the children that are the target population. That's what we say in health term, the target population for the initiative. So the consortium is entrusted by the legislature to fund programs that are coordinated and address unmet behavioral health and wraparound needs.
Is there any local input? Because I think the behavioral health needs and health needs in general in our diverse state aren't uniform. So the needs of the children in Western Maryland are different than the needs of the children in urban Montgomery County. And urban Montgomery County children's needs are different than the needs of the children in the southern part of the Eastern Shore. So where does this program account for the diversity in Maryland children?
Thank you for that. I have some thoughts I can start soon. So a couple things. First, if you want to pull up the membership list, which is about halfway through, we're really grateful that the 24 members of the consortium, we still have 2 vacancies, are diverse. And so you'll see on there that we have the voice of local health departments, for example. And that would be my first comment, that the consortium itself is not a monolithic, homogeneous group of people that all think the same, for sure. My second comment would be our approach in providing public resources is to really recognize that there's tremendous diversity and variability across our state, as you said a moment ago. And so we really require applicants to demonstrate to us that their programs are deeply rooted in community engagement and reflect the needs of that community. I once went to this event that Kaiser Permanente, who's on our board, sponsor of health funders. And there's this woman from a nonprofit in Baltimore. She got up and she said, I really like what you do at the commission because you don't come in as the man and tell us what intervention to fund. You give us that responsibility and flexibility to determine which interventions we want to fund. So that mindset, if you will, to get deeply rooted local engagement and community engagement is going to be one of the hallmarks you'll see in the commission's RFP for the consortium. And my third and final comment would be that's part of the reason why my opinion is that we should have about 25-ish to 30 of these hubs, because I don't want them to be too far removed from their local communities. I want to make sure that they're accountable, they have a board of directors that reflect the needs of their community. I don't want to have 90, and I don't want to have 5, because you have to be able to have these interventions that in fact reflect the needs of the community.
And the spoke aspect of it leaves it wide open. So there might be, think of the scope against, those are the services. So you might be a nonprofit or a private that does X service, and you have identified that need in Western Maryland or in X region of Montgomery County. You can apply to be that spoke. So the spoke is where all that differentiation happening. Doesn't mean every hub has every type of spoke. They might have some that are similar, right? But there are going to be differentiated spokes all over the place. Otherwise, we're not doing it well. Yeah.
Okay, now I'd like to turn to our board members who are online. Do you have any questions or comments? If you could speak up because I can't see you. I can do that if there's anything.
No questions from me.
Okay.
Clarence,
Senator Bates.
thank you. Am I hearing correctly? This is aimed much toward behavioral health and mental health as opposed to other physical health issues?
So, Senator, it's good to see you again. The short answer would be yes. I would point out that some of the public comments we got reflected an interest in maybe expanding it a bit beyond behavioral health and wraparound needs. And as the superintendent will recall in his subcommittee, we're going to try to really hew closely to the statutory intent. So yes, Senator, you're correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. I think only thing I would just say on your metrics, consider the possibility of having a few leading indicators, because most of the metrics we tend to collect are what did we do. So by the time we figure out what we've done, it's too late. But are there leading measures that would give us an indication that we're on track? So just think about that as well.
Thank you.
Very
I would
nice.
thank the superintendent again for putting me in touch with Matt and the data team. It's very helpful. Yep, thank you for that.
Great.
One of the few committees that I do not send a designee to. So, just because it's a big deal. I've never seen a state put in money like this to try to launch a concept like this around wraparound services. It's basically a permanent incubator and sustainability fund to do wraparound services with a regional, with an eye towards regional impact. So, I mean, execution is everything, but it's a big deal. I just haven't seen it. Usually you see like one-time funds and here and there, but this is, and we're doing community schools, right? So it's a big deal. I wish Board Member Holly was here today, because this would have been, this was an area that she's passionate about as well.
Well, perhaps you can come back after you've maybe at about the time either the RFP or the time when you've made an award to sort of go over where you've come out on some of these issues. Would be useful to come back.
I think by summer 23 we should know who our first set of grantees
Okay,
are. Yeah.
maybe sometime like that then. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. This was very,
Thanks
very
for the
helpful.
invitation, and
Thank
thank
you,
you,
Mark.
Superintendent.
See ya.
I hope everybody has a nice holiday season.
Yes. Happy holidays to you as well. Okay.
All right. You ready for the
Yes.
next one? All right. Shifting back gears towards our assessment reporting. And so we have our initial results for MCAP. And so we are going to release those and talk about those in the presentation today. And so this is, as we said, that we will release an initial round of MCAP results in December, and then by the end of January, we should have all the results on. This is a unique one-time moment for how late they're coming out. It's not because we're late to it, it's because of standard setting. And so we're gonna talk about our MCAP results, and then I will also brief you on, you guys have seen the news around the NAEP results, the National Assessment of Educational Progress coming out. So I wanted you to further deep dive into that data and what that means, because I got a lot of individual questions about that, and sometimes people conflate the NAEP with the state test and the other way around. So making sure how we understand how the NAEP plays into our state MCAP results as well. With that, I will have Matt and Chandra present. So here we go.
I forgot how many slides there were for Carrie. All right.
Before you start, is everyone know where we're starting off from? Just want to make sure. It
Slide
was part
15.
it was part of the KRA presentation. So we are at slide 15 in a new chapter. Okay, I think we'll start.
All right, so good afternoon now. So I'm going to give a brief synopsis of the standard setting. We did complete it over the summer. And this is a reminder of the tests that are going through a standard setting process. Mathematics grades 3 through 8, Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, English Language Arts grades 3 through 8, grade 10, Life Science, MISA, and Government all went through and completed the standard setting this summer and early fall. Grades 5 through 8 completed it previously, before the pandemic, and grade 8 is going to be this spring. So all total, representatives from all 24 LEAs participated in the standard setting process. There were a total of 166 educators from across Maryland. They were grouped into panels of about 8 to 12 in order to standard set the total 18 assessments that we completed this summer. The goal or the intent of the panelists was to make sure that they were representative of grade level expertise, representative across the state, gender, ethnicity, educational experience. And so we are still compiling survey data from the panelists themselves, but the intent is to try and get a good representation of educators in Maryland. This is a reminder in regards to what the goal of the standard setting process is. It's to set 3 cut score recommendations, which are at the borderlines of each performance level. There was a modified Angoff method which was used for the standard setting process, which is one of the most commonly used method in the nation. So we have new performance levels. So the standard setting panelists looked at the new performance levels and the descriptors. They are the highest level 4 is distinguished learner, level 3 is proficient learner, developing learner, and level 1 is the beginning learner. These were new this year, and they will start to be reported out to students with the math and ELA when the ISRs go out to the public. So this is the first slide of 4, and I just want to highlight that these are the outcomes from the standard setting process. So the recommendations of the standard setting are then put into these cut score ranges and achievement standards. So altogether, these are called the achievement standards, and I will be coming back, or MSD will be coming back later to request adoption of these standards, which is federally required as part of that process for the standard setting. But what you see here, and I'm going to try and just level set you, we have the 4 performance levels over to the left in the description. We have the 3 through 8 assessments, and to the far right is the grade 10 high school assessment. And so based on the panelists and their recommendations, these groupings were created. So the beginning learner, the entire scale goes from 650 to 850. I should start there. We did request that the groupings of cut scores started at 650, 725, and 750 consistently across all of the performance levels. So that provides some consistency across the assessments. The top end changes a little bit, 790, for example, in grade 3 to 850, and then even over to the right, grade 10, 776 to 850. But the performance level of 3 is considered proficient, and so that is consistent across all of the cut scores and achievement standards. So looking at the mathematics cut points, for this one we have grade 3 through grade 8. In addition, we had Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and Geometry. Again, the 650 to 850 is the same scale for mathematics. Performance level 1, it ranges from 650 to 724 for performance level 1. Performance level 2 is 725 to 749. Performance level 3, the low end is 750, and that varies a bit at the top end. And then the performance level 4, again, varies a little bit at the low end, but goes to the 850, the upper end of the scale. So LS MISA, Life Science MISA, was a new assessment this year for folks that have been involved with science. We moved from the integrated science a few years ago back to the life science for biology. So this is a new assessment looking at just primarily the life science. The performance level here, the scale is similar, where it goes from a low end of 650 to 850. In this case, the performance level 1 is 650 to 730. Performance level is 731 to 749. And then the performance level 3 was the percent proficient cut point is 750, similar to the math and ELA, to 771. in the performance level 4, 772 to 850. So the last one that we went through standard setting for was for government. This is one that looks a little bit different. The scale goes from 240 to 650. The standard setting for this particular test, it did not necessarily change, but it was previously a two performance level test. The student either met it or did not meet the performance, the proficiency or the graduation requirement at that point. So we have moved it to the 4 level to be consistent with the other assessments. And so you see the results of these cut scores and achievement standards. So just as a reminder, these are the 4 subject areas in which I'll be coming back later for the adoption for the achievement standards. However, as we do want to provide preliminary data to provide additional information to the impact of this decision, right? So we have, as part of the standard setting, we have test data, which I am able to share with you today. So it's de-identified data, but we do know at a state level all the tests that were taken in the state. We know it by test, and so we can actually tell you or start to look at grade 3 test takers statewide, what was our results. So that's what I'm going to be showing you over the next few slides. But I just want to highlight that we are going to try the best that we can to get the data into the hands of the LEAs by the end of December. We don't want to wait till the January board meeting to provide that data to the LEAs. So as soon as we get the preliminary ELA and math results, we're going to provide it back to the LEAs. They will have student level data, they'll be able to disaggregate by demographics, they'll have the school grade information, so they'll start to be able to use that data as early as late December. We will have final LS MISA and government results provided to the LEAs by the end of December. And then in late January, we'll have all of the results finalized, checked, verified, validated, and we will report that out publicly. So looking at ELA, so just a reminder that performance level 3 and 4 are considered proficient on the ELA assessments. That cut point is 750. And so what I have on the first row, which is bolded, is the performance level 3 and 4 aggregated together, so you can see what the result is. And what you see is that across all of the grades, we have 40% or greater of Maryland students taking the ELA assessments are considered proficient. Grade 10 over in the high school, 53% were proficient. I have provided a look at the data comparing prior years, but I do want to caution you that the early fall was a shortened test, and this data that I'm showing you here for 2022 is considered still preliminary. But I do want to just provide that story in regards to where students are in comparison to early fall, as well as in comparison to pre-pandemic, which is 2019. And what you can see is that across most of the grades in ELA, students have improved as compared to early fall. And the preliminary data suggests students are performing similarly to students prior to the pandemic. So turning to mathematics, the first row, which is in bold, is the performance level 3 and 4 aggregated together. And what you can see is that the standard setting impact data shows that a greater percentage of elementary students were proficient as compared to middle and high school. And so you can see in grade 3, you have 36% of students were proficient, grade 4, 27, grade 5, 23. And then you do see it taper off or decrease through the middle school grades. The Algebra 1 here is for all test takers that took Algebra 1, regardless of grade. Just a reminder, I don't have it by grade yet. And so looking across time, this shows that when looking at the 2022 preliminary data, most grades improved as compared to the early fall 2021 assessments, and the preliminary data suggests students have not yet returned to the pre-pandemic performance outcomes. And you could just look, even in Math 3, pre-pandemic, 43% of our students were proficient, whereas with the new assessments, 36% were proficient. So LS-MISA, as a reminder, this was a new assessment. And when we look at performance level 3 and 4, 36% of our students were proficient. It's hard to compare this one to prior years because it is a new subject. It's not quite the same as integrated science previously, but we're at 36% for proficiency for the new assessment. And then for the government, for percent proficient, we're at 45% percent proficient based on the standard setting outcomes and the impact data. So the other piece I just wanted to highlight in regards to the reporting of information is that we're releasing that preliminary statewide data to you today, ELA mathematics. We also just released the climate survey data, and just highlighting that we'll be back in January with a full disaggregated data, school by LEA, by student group, to really dig into the assessments. And I also just want to highlight that the Maryland School Report Card, due to the delay in assessments, will be released in February. And we're also targeting the cohort graduation rate for 2022 for February. So I just wanted to highlight some of the future reporting that we're going to be doing in the next couple months. And with that, do we want to stop for questions, or we turn over to Matt for NAEP?
Let's open the floor now for questions. We'll go first online. Any of our board members online have questions or comments?
I do.
Dr. Green.
Could you explain the rationale for, and this may have been decided some time ago, and we may have voted on it or approved it, but I may have missed it. But what was the rationale for moving from a 5-level grading system where 4 and 5 was proficient to moving to 4 levels where 3 is now proficient? I'm starting to think it's like the SAT scores that were recentered years ago to make it not look quite as bad as it was. I'm sure that's not the case here, but what was the rationale between for moving to a 4-level system as opposed to a 5-level?
5 made us very atypical, just so you know. 4 is standard. And so as we were shifting from PARCC to MCAP, it just made sense to be more aligned with what the standard levels are usually for an assessment like this. Our technical advisory group was supportive of the move. They're the big research nerds and heads who are passionate about this work, and ultimately also allows for better comparisons as well as we think about what looks like our work nationally. And as we, make comparisons and how we're doing to our peers and other states that are similar to our demographics. So it wasn't to make us look better, because we got a whole lot of better left to do. And so it was because it just made sense to be more aligned with what is typical for an assessment and the number of performance levels that exist. Because at a certain point, when you get to advance, cutting up advance even more times it gets a little ridiculous at a certain point. You're proficient or you're advanced and getting into you're more advanced is not very helpful. And also when you look at the proficiency bar, right, you're further extending out what proficiency means. And so if anything, we're being more hard on ourselves than we need to be. And it's just the appropriate level of markers that when a lot of states did the shift to the Common Core aligned assessments. Of course, we don't call it that because we have shifted, but essentially that was when we made that decision. And that is my theory. I was not here, but coming from a state and states that did the same thing, I would assume the same thing happened in Maryland.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Okay. We'll now turn to here in the boardroom, Ms. Morrow.
So I'm going to go back to the cut scores. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So if we go back to slides 20 and 21, you said we convened all these educators to decide on the cut scores, but then you said that we asked that the cut scores start at 650, 725, and 750. So those 3 performance levels were already set. Was that was that by design and they're just validating that those are
It's a great question.
good lines, or were they really only looking at the cut score between 3 and 4? Because that's the only one that varies.
So during the standard setting process, they look at items, and so they determine cut points in regards to the number of items students got correct, and then they psychometrically look at the difficulty level of the assessments, and then they put it on this scale to make sure that, because we actually wanted them to make sure that we maintain that 750, the 725. So they rebalanced it psychometrically to reflect the standard settings determinations.
Okay, so it's how you align those
Yes.
pieces. It's not,
Yes.
they didn't take this number.
No.
Okay.
No, they were looking specifically at the items and how students were performing on those items to determine their decisions.
Okay. I realize there's clearly a much larger process behind all this, so thank you.
Any other comments, questions? I just have, when you look at, for example, English language arts, we see a significant drop for the 3rd grade from 41 to 24, and we see that it comes back. Do you sort of have a sense of, Maryland has embarked upon a transformative education reform. What should we be looking at in terms of the rate of change year over year, or trend lines, or whatever? I know that this is, understand, the challenge of that.
Would not want to have this conversation today. We introduced it a little bit at the subcommittee meeting recently. I would not want to tell you we should be looking at this rate just yet. For me,
But we are going to be starting to look at
absolutely
what is a reasonable rate of change that we should expect.
Yeah, and
The
I would,
state is investing sizable amounts of dollars and level of effort. So I just want to make sure that we are starting to.
That is correct.
About that.
It's just, this is not I don't have all the assessment, because this presentation wasn't focused on that. And so if you look back in previous years, we just focused on this in the subcommittee yesterday. You look at between like 2014 to like up to the most recent, it's been like 4-point jumps. Just looking at previous years. This is before Blueprint became a thing. This is before a strategic plan exists. This is before a lot of other things. So, but just giving you an example of prior years, between a 5-year period leading up to the pandemic before everything took a tank, it was about 4 points overall in ELA, roughly, and in math, it was actually going up about 2-3 points, and then was taking a tank downward even before the pandemic. So just giving you what the prior years look like, and now that we're in an era of what, with more resources, more energy, more strategies, more focus on these things, that rate would have to be better than that. I'll just put it that way today.
My last question is around the science of reading. So what I took away from the presentations this morning is that there are tangible things that can be done that makes a difference. That you can see a difference in student performance. Great. Would you then see, with a continuation of the reading of science, would that potentially have an impact on things like this ELA
Absolutely. I mean, better. I mean, that's exactly what it should see. So one of the things, the takeaway here is in ELA, we have gone back to pre-pandemic levels roughly in several grades, especially in the early grades. That's the takeaway here today. In math, no, we have not gone back to pre-pandemic results. Put aside pre-pandemic, less than 50% of kids were still proficient, and no one should be satisfied with what quote unquote normal was. That's not okay, and let's not. And then the recovery itself is uneven when you look at EL, economic disadvantage, etc. But what you're seeing is in ELA, which is mirroring national trends, by the way, is we are seeing a faster recovery back to pre-pandemic results of that state. So here we're seeing that we're either matching or beating those results in the early grades. In math, no. Math, the virtual learning did a number on math, and the way math instruction is delivered effectively was very difficult to do in a virtual state. And so we have a long road to recovery to just even pre-pandemic, and then accelerating further at a faster rate of improvement. Science of reading will ensure more and more students are reading by grade level over time. It's always important to remember that this set of third graders are not the same as tomorrow's third graders who will take this test. So, you know, that teacher in Caroline and Frederick who is, you heard him say today, veteran teachers who said, I didn't get it in undergrad, but I'm getting it now, like letters training. Letters is like a whole graduate class over a year. So they're learning and teaching, right? So next year's third graders are going to get even a better version of that teacher, right? And so we should see our third graders more and more proficient over time, and we should see less and less kids needing remediation. We're going to have to always remediate and accelerate, right? These third graders are going to go on, and then we have our gaps, but we should see more and more third graders every year as we go lean harder into science of reading, and more of our teachers are prepared and fully equipped to execute, and we have high quality curriculum across the board that we should be exceeding well above 50% of students over time who are proficient in reading right off the bat, making other things easier over time. So yes, it better be. Like that's the theory of change, and that's what we're seeing across the country and in different places as well who have gone all in.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Very good.
Any other questions on state results? No. All right. Let's move on to the NAEP. Matt will kick us off.
Okay. Before we share the results from NAEP, we want to provide some context around the test. So NAEP, or the National Assessment of Academic Progress, is congressionally mandated. It started in 1969. It's sometimes called the nation's report card because it's the only test nationwide where you can compare student achievement across states. It's given in math and reading in grades 4 and 8 every 2 years. It was delayed a year due to the pandemic. It uses sampling, so it samples schools and then students within schools in all 50 states, as well as Washington, D.C. and Department of Defense schools, as well as some urban school districts. The sampling results in about 3,000 students in each grade subject per state being tested. They have 4 performance levels, and then they're able to disaggregate the results by student demographics as well as the jurisdictions. Now, in addition to the states, I also mentioned districts. So starting in 2002, NAEP launched what they call TUDA, the Trial Urban District Assessment. It's the same assessment given to states, but it has grown to 26 districts this year in 2022, which are shown on the map on the right. Includes the larger districts like Los Angeles, Chicago, Philadelphia, and New York, but also some smaller urban districts and counties as well. And Baltimore City has been participating in TUDA since 2009. The TUDA results, like I said, they're the same. They're folded into the state results, but they weigh them differently, so the state results are representative of the whole state and not disproportionate from the urban district. Now, in order to have representative results for each state and jurisdiction, it's important for NAEP to get as much participation within each student demographic group as possible. And historically, they found that this was not particularly the case, especially with students with disabilities and English learners. There were lower participation rates. So in response to this finding, the governing board in 2010 adopted an inclusion policy that put forth several guidelines. The main ones to note here are the students with disabilities can only be excluded from NAEP if they participate in the state's alternative assessment, and for English learners can only be excluded from NAEP if they've been enrolled in United States schools for less than one full academic year. The board also set as a goal to include 85% of students with disabilities and English learners within NAEP's each sample state. So how did Maryland do? So in 2022, we met the goal. So for each grade subject area, you'll see in the column all the way to the right in both tables for 2022, we were at 89% or above for students with disabilities and English learner participation. And the numbers in bold are above the 85% goal. So you'll notice back in 2015 and as recent as 2019, we had some grade subject areas which did not meet the 85% goal. So it's a much higher participation rate, particularly when you compare to 2015. Something the superintendent mentioned at the beginning is although we can compare NAEP results across states, we have to be careful about comparing them with state proficiency rates because we know state tests are different. We know the proficiency standards are different. Right? The cut scores that Chandra mentioned vary from state to state. So something NCS does is a study after each NAEP mapping the proficiency standards of each state to the NAEP scores and the NAEP proficiency standard. So they haven't done so for 2022 yet, but using a 2019 study showed that most states' proficiency standards map to NAEP's basic achievement level, which is below the proficiency level. So the table below shows that the number of jurisdictions that map to each of the proficient, basic, and below basic levels. So you see there are very few that map to the proficient level in each grade subject combination. So how did Maryland fare in this study? At least for grade 4 math, Maryland's proficiency standard aligned with NAEP's proficiency level. However, for grade 4 and 8 reading, proficiency standard in Maryland aligned with the basic levels, like most states. The grade 8 math, there's a note there that they were not able to look at that, and along with, I think, about 17 other states, because they only look at tests where all of the students in that grade test. So we know in grade 8, a lot of our students take algebra or the grade 8 math test. So they were not able to map that to a proficiency level. On the right, it shows there are only 4 states that had more than 2 grade subject test standards that mapped to the proficiency level, and Rhode Island was the only one that stuck out as having mapped to the proficiency level on NAEP with their state test in every single tested grade subject combination. Now turning to the results, in terms of scale scores, you should notice 2 things here over time, looking from 2019. Each line represents a different grade subject test. First, the 2022 scores have dropped since 2019 and substantially. Also, when you look over time, you see that this trend has been going on since at least 2013, depending on the subject. So it's not, we can't say it's completely due to the pandemic. This is a trend that has been going on for a while. In addition to scale scores, I mentioned the performance levels, so we can also look at NAEP's proficiency rates in Maryland. For grade 4 and grade 8 math and reading, they're between 1/4 and 1/3 of students scored proficient. And in each of these grade subjects, the proficiency rate was lower than it was in 2019 by about between 3 and 8 percentage points. As I mentioned, we can also look at how Maryland did by race, ethnicity, and student group. So first, for grade 4 reading, we see that Maryland scores in terms of percent at or above proficiency on NAEP declined from 2019 for all race, ethnicity, and student groups. The gray bars, by the way, represent 2019 proficiency rates, and 2022 are in the blue bar. When we turn to grade 4 math, we see a similar story, the exceptions being students that identify as 2 or more races or students with disabilities either saw small increases or no decreases from 2019 to 2022. Grade 8 reading, the exceptions in terms of declines are Hispanic Latino students and English learners. Saw small increases or their rates stayed the same. And for grade 8 math, the exceptions being Asian students, English learners, and students with disabilities. Otherwise, all race, ethnic groups and other student groups saw declines from 2019. The other thing we can do with NAEP data, as I mentioned, is to compare with other states. So how does Maryland fare across the country? So most states saw decreases, I should point out, as Maryland did, but Maryland's decreases were some of the larger ones in the country. So first looking at grade 4 reading, this is from NAEP's website, 31% of students in Maryland were proficient. The dark blue box on the left indicates that there were 8 jurisdictions that performed significantly higher than Maryland. The light blue, closer to the right, indicates there are 4 jurisdictions that performed significantly lower, and then there's this large group in between of 39 jurisdictions where there's no statistically significant difference. But in a couple slides, we can put the scores in order regardless of significance. You'll notice grade 4 math, 23 jurisdictions scored higher, only 5 were significantly lower than Maryland's. Turning to grade 8, reading is a similar story. There were only 3 jurisdictions that performed significantly higher, but there were 32 were in the middle, and there were 16 that performed significantly lower. For grade 8 math, 14 jurisdictions performed higher and 10 jurisdictions performed significantly lower than Maryland. Now, grade 4 reading, we can, on the table to the left, we compare the scale score from 2019 to 2022 for all students as well as for some student groups. And we can see for all students, the scale score dropped by 8 points. Maryland's rank, regardless of statistical significance, dropped from 26th to 41st. And that's reflected in the map on the right. Maryland's scale score is in red and it's just below the national average. The bars above and below the dot represent the standard error around that score. So you can see the distribution of states' scores, grade 4 reading. The next slide, grade 4 math, is the same story. So for all students, we saw a 10-point drop in scale scores from 2019 to 2022. And again, on the right, we see Maryland's rank nationally is below the national average, with only about 8 states, jurisdictions below. Turning to grade 8 reading, all students' scale scores dropped by 5 points from 2019 to 2022. The rank for Maryland dropped from 18 to 26th. And on the figure on the right, you can see the Maryland is right around the national average in terms of grade 8 reading. The last one here is grade 8 math. Scale scores dropped about 11 points from 2019 to 2022 for all students. The rank dropped from 30th to 43rd, and you can see that in the figure to the right. Maryland is below the national average. So this next look is where is Maryland situated nationally, but who are the top performing jurisdictions, particularly by student groups. So we look at National School Lunch Program, which is comparable to free and reduced meals. We look at students with disabilities, English learners, and then Black, Hispanic, and white students. So you should notice that Maryland's rank in grade 4 and 8 math is highest for white students. For the other student groups, it's 24th or 20th or lower. You should also notice There are some common jurisdictions here in the top 3 for both grade 4 and grade 8 math, particularly Department of Defense, that's DODEA, and Florida stand out, appearing in more than one student group. The next slide, the same look, but at reading. So here we do see Maryland in the top 10, but it's only for white student achievement. So other groups, National School Lunch Program, for example, we ranked 44th, grade 4, and 42nd, grade 8. Again, Department of Defense ranks as first or second in most groups, and the other one to call out here is Massachusetts, appears several times. So having seen Department of Defense jump up so much, we're interested, and Superintendent would like to share some facts.
Yeah, I think the takeaway here is, so this is that national test where people often begin to start doing comparisons, and of course drive researchers crazy because politicians tend to compare in a cut and dry way versus there's all kinds of nuances when it comes to statistical significance and other things. But the takeaway here is that we have work to do. You know, our state assessment doesn't perfectly line up with the proficiency bar of NAEP. Most states don't. But regardless, we have a lot of work to do when we look at how our students are faring against other student groups across the country. And what you also notice is when you start breaking down like what states are doing a great job with their Black students, Hispanic, students with disabilities, it's not your states that often that you think it would be, because you often just hear Massachusetts #1, but that's their demographic group driving the overall, but their achievement gap is still 40 points. And then when you start digging down into states that are moving the needle with subgroups, it's not the new, you know, the mid-Atlantic, New England type states. You start entering the South and other places as well. Lots of lessons learned here. I would never say one single thing, but the thing that I often like to tell my team is go study what's happening across the country and benchmark against that. And what are they doing here versus here versus here? No one place has figured it out at scale, but there is clearly work happening across the country. One spotlight that I wanted to do is a lot of people don't know about the Department of Defense Education Activity Schools. Very fascinating case study. At one point it was larger. They have consolidated over the years, right? They serve about 66,000 students, roughly, as of the most recent snapshot. It is not just a majority affluent versus majority minority system. It is becoming more majority minority over time, mirroring demographic trends across our country. But more than about half of its students are free and reduced price meals. So you can't just say, oh, it must be because they are serving a more, say, affluent population. And also, when you look at by subgroups, they are pound for pound, where not even close to the band of performance compared to where other states are. But if they were a state, right, if you looked at them that way, there's a lot of lessons learned. Another fascinating thing is they have a 35% mobility rate, right? That is high. That means families are constantly moving from one school to the next, hence military families, right? So for them to be able to, when a child moves and integrates into another school, right, there's this, in a highly effective way, they're being able to pass on information and continue on where that child was versus the other school, right? Which is something that we don't see even within school systems themselves or one school system to another often. Another fascinating thing is they were some of the first schools in the country to desegregate. When the military desegregated, they desegregated the Department of Defense schools with it, and they've never turned back since. Meanwhile, while the rest of the country was having its battles over that topic. So, and we know strong research benefits around socioeconomic integration. Let's go on to the next slide. There has been rigorous studies done, and these are just some of the lessons learned. And there are lessons learned here that can be applicable to school systems and states. my team and I always say, look everywhere and see what's going on and what people are doing. The Department of Defense schools have had their Common Core moment. They adopted higher rigorous standards. They have what I like to call unapologetic focus on coherence from school to school. Their teachers are paid exceptionally well. But the other X factor in the Department of Defense schools is families are taken care of. They get housing, they get wraparound services, they get a wide variety of things. So I often like to say it's not just community schools and it's not just the highly effective teachers, it's both working together. This is an example of a case study. When you take care of families and look after, there's a close-knit community and you have coherence across from one school to another, and highly rich data-driven culture as well. Teachers have data rapidly in their fingertips, high-quality professional development. I mean, the results show that it makes a huge difference. And so these are just lessons learned for a state, for a school system, as we think about what kinds of policies that we want to make. We're fortunate that Blueprint is looking both for inside and outside of school factors. We could debate on whether every aspect of it is right, but we are looking at both. I think that's very powerful. They also are big on pre-K and other things as well. And again, every subgroup is doing well, including historically disadvantaged students who are not doing as well in other states. For years, the Department of Defense schools are showing that it can be done really well. But there's other factors, right? I always talk about the family component too, like housing, for example, right? A military family does not have to worry and struggle about housing. It's taken care of. So this just further, it makes the case on all sides. Like wraparound services matter, but also highly effective teaching each and every day matters as well. And so it's a fascinating case study. I would ask you to visit these schools. I've done a few of them. And again, you would want what is happening in their schools to happen in every school. And then of course they have a central office and everything else. Let's go on to the next slide as we wrap up this presentation. Our results are mirroring national trends. So if you're wondering how is Maryland doing as it recovers from the pandemic, we are seeing more faster recovery in English language arts. Obviously that recovery is uneven. Historically disadvantaged students and subgroups are not recovering fast as students who have historically performed higher than those subgroups. So the recovery is also playing out like that. And math is where there is a struggle to rebound as fast as, say, ELA is happening. So we are seeing that play out in the country. There has been a massive project done to look at all of the country's assessment results and how they're doing. And we're pretty much mirroring in terms of rebound effect. Now, when you look at the NAEP, though, we are on a downward trend. So our students are not performing at the pace other states are. So we have a lot of work to do to raise our game. And I often like to say is some of these states don't even have the per pupil investments that we're making in Maryland. So there is no reason why we cannot be a model coming out of the Blueprint over the next 3, 5, 10 years. And so that's a big deal. And then lastly, I just have to keep plugging away. It's going to be our go-to slide. We truly sign up for this. This is how we're going to start doing newsletters going forward. We want to make assessments matter. We want to dispel myths. We want to be able to explain it in regular speak. So, people sometimes when I talk to Chandra and Matt, I say, can you tell me in a different way that is just without all the other jargon? And so we are trying to change the face how we talk about assessment results so they can matter to our community. We want to arm the activists. We want the average business community person to understand what's happening when it comes to student learning, and we want to tell the story of Maryland's growth. And so this newsletter will be a revamped platform in which we do this work going forward. With that, we'll take questions.
We'll start here with questions here in the boardroom. Any questions or comments? Mr. Shield?
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question that is not really before us today, but as we consider these results within the country, and whether or not there is any data available that is even can be used in making comparisons with where we are as compared to internationally with students and how they are performing outside of the U.S.?
So the blueprint does require us to do that. There's a test called PISA, Program for International Student Achievement, program spelled with that weird MME approach. And the PISA test is something we don't take right now. It's something you have to opt into. There's only one state in the United States who participates in it. It's Massachusetts. And so one of the things that the department is required to do and the state board ultimately adopt is participation in PISA, which would be another sample test that compares ourselves internationally as well. And so that's what would happen if we were to do that at the state level. There is just the national sampling, but just at a state level being participating on it like Massachusetts does. We do have comparisons. We're not in the top 10 or top 5. We're, in that 15 to 20 block for the most part every time I look at it.
It's certainly not probably where the emphasis should be, but I think it's important for us not to just compare ourselves with what's happening here, but I think the blueprint, as you pointed out, at least initially, some of the impetus there was to talk about how we compare ourselves with results in other countries. And I think occasionally it would be helpful to say, well, we've spent a lot of time, which we need to do, comparing ourselves with other states. But at some point in the conversation, I think there should be something said about, and here is even a greater challenge, perhaps. I don't know. Maybe we're fine. But my assumption is maybe we aren't.
Yep.
And if we aren't, how significantly are we behind what is happening in other parts of the world? I think it would be good help.
Yep, the blueprint definitely does take an international lens for many things. And so my push will always be, when you compare yourself to that country, what else is also true about that country beyond the education system? Because those things feed into the educational impact and outcomes as well, right? Singapore has one teacher preparation program ran by the Department of Education. They only publish, the slots that are open for people to go to teacher prep are only the number of vacancies exist. So you get thousands of applications for hundreds of slots. We don't do that, right? And so you want to also think about what else is true around those
You're
countries.
absolutely right.
Yeah.
The challenge is apples to apples.
Yeah.
And it may be very difficult to do that. On the other hand, someone is probably working to do that as carefully as it could be done.
I can tell you right now, if the Department of Defense schools was the country and you put it pound for pound against internationally, we would be in the top 3. So really, we don't have to look far. We have lessons learned in our own backyard to see what to be a competitive, a state around how we are producing our students for the future.
I really appreciate that part of the presentation, because I think that's indicating that there may be reasons in that program that things are better, and perhaps that's something, as you've already said, that could be integrated in what we do. Thank you.
Let me now turn to board members online. Any questions or comments from board members online? Okay, not hearing any. Excellent presentation. It's good to get the data. It is good that we deal with the actual data, and then no matter what the data look like, and then put together plans to move forward based on what is. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Nicely done. We're now going to turn to the reports to the State Board. These are going to be a series of actions. The first one concerns financial reporting requirements, local education agency submission of comprehensive annual financial reports. We have a request in from the superintendent. Let me now go to superintendent to talk about this.
As you know, annually, school systems are required to submit audits. They were due back in end of September, and what we do usually, and we did this during my first year, but it's been done for a while, it's defined in state statute, we have to make sure they turn in their audit, and if they don't, we have to trigger a consequence, which is a withholding. And in order to withhold a payment to the school system until the audit arrives. So we were supposed to do this actually closer to right after the September date, but I told the team, hey, you know what? I think maybe they'll turn it around and we don't have to wait for an item, but there are still some systems, to be one.
We're down to one.
We're down to one who has not submitted. And so if you're asking like, oh, well, why are you doing this? It must be several. It is one, and we have given them a very long runway. So we have to up the urgency of this versus just, hey, where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? I don't like that, doing that in perpetuity. So we are asking for permission to withhold, to raise the urgency for them to submit their audit. So that's what that action is.
The floor is now open for first questions of clarification. Online, are there any questions of clarification?
I did.
Yes, please, Dr. Green.
Mr. Choudhury, have they offered any reason why they haven't done it? Do they need help?
Yeah, a wide variety of reasons. They span from we're almost done to we've had turnover in staff to basically we're changing firms. They run the gamut, but Donna and Justin lean in every week. And so it's just a matter of getting it done. And it's not like this date was not known. And so, but some of the top reasons this year was turnover in staff. And as a result, you know, they couldn't get it done. I'm more wondering why, regardless if you're turnovering your staff, while that staff member was there, they should have passed the baton off to getting the audit done. And so it makes me think, like, was anything done with the previous staff member versus the new? And so, but regardless, they got to get it done. So that's those are the reasons they gave this year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Seeing no further questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion. The superintendent is asking that is requesting the state board to authorize him to notify the comptroller to withhold 10% of the January state aid payment and each subsequent installment for any local system that is not in full compliance with 5-114 of the education article. So we have a motion from General Sumter. Do we have a second? Seconded by Ms. Thomas. The floor is now open for discussion, substantive discussion of the motion. Hearing no substantive discussion, we will now move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So we just have, is Ms. Halley on as well? Okay, so it's, looks like it's unanimous. No. Okay, very good. We'll now move to the second item, which is Code of Maryland Regulations 13A 080105, lawful absence. The superintendent is requesting permission to publish amendments to the regulation. Superintendent Choudhury.
This is regulation is adding is basically dictated by a law that passed this past legislative session, and essentially it is making an absence as a result of a mental health need a lawful absence excused, right, as long as there's a note and etc. That is not currently codified in state statute, and is also loosely excused in our school system. So this would essentially cement that it is a justifiable reason for students to be absent. Of course, all the notes and everything else would happen. And then also when a student is absent as a result of a mental health need, it automatically triggers a requirement of the school system to refer the student to an additional service and such related to that need and challenge that they were experiencing that made them. So it's doing both. It's excusing the absence, but also requiring a referral to the family and the student as a result of that. So the COMAR is essentially enshrining what the law said. We're not adding anything above and beyond it. Yeah, we're not.
The floor is now open for any questions of clarification. Ms. Morrow.
Okay, just to clarify the language, so it says shall provide information. So it's not like a medical referral that requires them to do anything.
No, it's just here's
providing
where you can go
information.
get a service, not like you have to go there formally. Yep.
I just want to make sure that's clear for everybody.
Seeing no further questions of clarification, the floor is now open. The superintendent is requesting permission to publish amendments to regulation under COMAR 13A 080103 lawful absence. Do we have a motion? I have a motion from Mr. DeShiel. And then a second from Ms. Morrow. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Hearing no discussion, we will now move to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Again, looks unanimous. Very good. We now move to COMAR 13A 0514 adult high school pilot program. Superintendent?
Yeah, so this is one of the things that we continue to do as we uncover. There's regs that we have to pass as a result of every legislative session, and then there's regs we're updating as a result of new research and findings. There's regs we're looking to retire. And then there are regs that should have been passed when the law was passed, but I wasn't here. And so this is part of that family of regs that you have before you. Essentially, a pilot school program was created through legislation to incubate alternative, basically, schools that would serve students who have different needs in order to achieve a GED and as well as post-secondary credits. And so it's fairly new. The data is still new in its infancy. You heard a speaker today just talking about their program and such. So this is codifying the key components of the law into regs, because it wasn't a may do regs, it was a shall. And so here we are bringing it to you, and then just making sure certain data reporting requirements and nuances are there, because they do have to submit an annual report and how their students are doing. We work with the Department of Labor to give out these grants and monitor these programs. And again, they are focused on students who tend to be undercredited and overaged, and the traditional setting is not working for them. So the idea was to incubate these programs across the state. It's still fairly new, and of course then the pandemic happened, and so this is just codifying the law into regs.
Very good. The floor is now open for clarification. Dr. Millie McCarthy?
So I don't know if this is a clarification or something after the motion is passed, but what's the difference between this and a GED program?
That's a good, I don't think there's a difference overall. Ultimately, it's just another setting outside of, say, directly through the school system, or an operator functioning kind of similar to like almost like a charter school, but operating independently while accountable to the state for results. And Mary can add more context to it, but I don't think there's any big major difference between them.
There's not, but the GED, which is operated through the Department of Labor, is an assessment, and students must be out of school for a certain period of time, and they basically take a test. There's some preparation that they can do. This is not that. This is a program as described here. So that's the difference.
But they could end up going to the GED option, but the goal is to try to see if we can get them that diploma through a different supportive environment, or this is the one that we're hoping to see more of, is also post-secondary credits as well, going above the diploma as well.
And there's always a chance that a student just put into a GED may not pass that. So this really builds the capacity. As you can see, as Mr. Chaudhary said, they're overaged, undercredited, and so it gives them support.
Any additional questions, clarification?
I have more history and details if you would like, and the names of the schools. I have them all ready at my fingertips if you would like.
Okay. Seeing no further, I'm sorry, General Sumter.
If I recall, when I was looking at, there's also some criteria for them to receive grants and donations.
Yes.
So that they can get outside funding.
They can mix funding. It is not limited to we are just one source. This grant program is just one source, but they should also mix and generate, or they have to have a board. They can go to private philanthropy. They can go to other, explore other sources as well.
Wondering how this stacks up against the National Guard program around the country called the Challenge Program, where they do a quasi-military environment, and it's a GED or a career, and it's been there for 20 years. Maryland runs theirs at Aberdeen, I believe. So will they be covered by this, or will they still operate as they do now through the federal funds?
I think they would operate separately. Whether they would go through this, I don't know, but it is separate. As you said, it's been around for years.
And they're under a federal program.
Correct.
All right. That's all I wanted.
Okay, very good.
Question.
Dr. Green.
Not necessarily the names, but where are the schools located, Mr. Chaudhary?
Looks like Baltimore. We have in the core, to date, there's 2 adult high school programs. One is called the Excel Center, and Goodwill is involved. Goodwill Industries is their backbone organization. I think the Excel Center actually is beyond the core. I think it actually has a bigger reach all the way out, I think even closer to the shore. And then the South Baltimore Adult High School, Elevate, with the 8 instead of the ATE. That's who you heard speak. So we have, those are the 2 that are active right now, and data is still very much in its infancy because they received grants as part of like the first cycle, and then we just did another one to give birth to new ones as well. So we have one that's reaching out near the shore, and then one in the core based in Baltimore.
Thank you.
Okay, so now the floor is now open for a motion. The superintendent is requesting permission to publish the new regulation under COMAR 13A0514 Adult High School Pilot Program. The floor is now open for a motion. Motion by Ms. Thomas.
Second.
Seconded by General Sumter. The floor is now open for discussion, substantive discussion of the motion. Hearing no discussion, we will now move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Unanimous. Thank you. We now move to COMAR Regulation 13A0108, Public Information Act request. Superintendent Chaudhary.
I'm going to have the team explain this, but ultimately what it's doing is it's codifying and coming into line with recent laws passed around public information acts and practices of agencies. MSD has done a great job of making sure we're staying on top of it. It is one thing that has been a priority of mine. I don't like them to, I don't like to wait things till the 30 days. Like, we should be able to get it done and get it to our public efficiently. And so this is codifying those practices, but also adding another provision in where you can actually also charge for searches as well if it's above and beyond the scope of what is easily retrievable. I'll have counsel explain what he means by the peace sign to me right now, and so to understand what that means. But MSD has not been charging. And you can always get a waiver from charging if you think it has a greater public good when people make an information request. But this now enshrines our ability to do it. I'm not looking to all of us start charging, but if it is a onerous request that is beyond what we historically do, then we need to look at that as an option. Do you want to?
So just simply, under the Public Information Act statute, the first 2 hours of searching, collecting, reviewing documents is free without charge.
That's the peace sign.
That was the two, right. If the search, the review goes beyond the 2 hours, then the agency is allowed to charge. And that's what the regulation is, just codifying what's in state law.
The floor is now open for questions, clarification. Seeing no, I'm sorry.
Senator Bates, is her hand up?
Oh, that's up from last time. Okay.
Just a perpetual hand up.
I actually brought it down.
Okay. Seeing no questions of clarification, the floor is now open for the superintendent is requesting permission to publish the new regulation COMAR 13A 0108 Public Information Act request. The floor is now open for motion. Mr. DeShiel, motion, seconded by Dr. Getty. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Hearing no discussion, we'll now move to a vote. Ask everyone to vote. If you please indicate verbally and also by raising your hand. Those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 So I think again we have unanimous. Thank you. All righty. Let's see here. And we have, see here, Maryland Comar 13A 0108, correction or amendment of public records.
We already signed them.
You signed this already?
Oh, no. Yeah, go ahead.
So we have the next action item is the Comar 13A 0109, correction or amendment of public records.
It's related to the same, it's like two regs that are covering everything we just discussed around PIAs. Is there anything else that I'm missing? We covered both regs cover the different topics that we just discussed right before you took the first action. Yeah.
Okay. The floor is now open for questions, clarification. Hearing no questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion. The superintendent is requesting permission to publish new regulation under Comar 13A 0109, correction or amendment of public records. The floor is now open for a motion to.
So moved.
That's Ms. Morrow, seconded by General Sumter. The floor is now open for discussion of the amendment, of the motion rather. Hearing no discussion, we'll now move to a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
I believe that was unanimous as well. The last item concerns, going to bring that up on the screen here. I think we all have it. But the last item concerns the superintendent of schools and the state board priorities for 2022, 2023. Oh. Yeah, we're
Last item.
okay. If you would also make sure that Dr. Green and Senator Bates have it as well. I believe it's online as
Chair
well.
Crawford, we skipped over an item.
Did I miss one?
Yeah, the program cut points and achievement standards.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, let's do that.
got it.
Okay, my mistake.
Otherwise, I can't make those scores official.
Okay, let me see here.
It's right above that item.
Number 6. Alrighty, scores. That correction. So it's above it?
That's following it.
That's 4. That's 5. Okay.
It's the one after that, I think.
Okay. 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 Got it. Sometimes it takes just a little bit longer. All righty, we have here Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program
Yep.
cut scores and achievement standards adoption. We have a motion here, a request by the state superintendent for permission to adopt the new cut scores and achievement standards for the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program. Superintendent Chaudhary?
It's everything that Chandra presented to you. So it's to all those nerdy cut points and bands and everything you saw and the question that Lori asked of Chandra. It's now adopting and validating those educators' work around setting that cut point. And so now we do this once, standard setting, and so you set this cut point, and now we don't do this again since we have what our 4 performance bands are. So it's adopting that.
Floor is now open for clarification, questions of clarification. Seeing no questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion to allow the superintendent to permission to adopt the new cut scores and achievement standards for Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program. Open for a motion. Ms. Morrow?
So moved to adopt the cut scores as presented earlier today.
Thank you. Second, who's second? Oh, Dr. Millie McCarthy? Second? The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Hearing no discussion, we will now move to a vote. Those in favor of adopting the motion, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
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 Unanimous again? Thank you. Okay. The last item in this section concerns the priorities for the school year. We published them online. We've given copies to the board members here. We've all seen those and discussed them. The first of the priorities concerns completing the strategic plan by June 30th. And the plan will be anchored to the department's vision, mission, values, priorities, enablers, goals, flagship programs, initiatives, and strategies to realize the blueprint for Maryland's promise of excellence and equitable education for every student. The second priority concerns will ensure that the local education agencies receive the best in-class technical assistance to successfully develop and implement, receive approval for their high quality initiatives and the initial district implementation plans that will become in force. So we're making a commitment to support them to the best of our ability. The third item is by June 30th that we would launch a newly reorganized Office of Teaching and Learning in MSDE to ensure that we have the best in-class support, professional learning, leadership to the local education agencies and early childhood education providers to develop and scale large, high-quality teaching and learning across the state of Maryland in support of the blueprint. So those are the priorities that we have discussed with the superintendent. The floor is now open for questions of clarification. Seeing no questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion to adopt school year 2022-2023 priorities.
So moved.
Mr. DeShiel, and do we have a second? Dr. Millie McCarthy. The floor is now open for substantive discussion of the motion. Hearing no discussion, the floor is now open and we're now going to take a vote. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye? Aye.
Aye.
I think we're unanimous once more. Very good. We are going to, at this point, I'm going to read a statement that will allow us to go to executive session. Pursuant to Section 3-305B, 7, and 13 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss 3 appeals, 3 draft orders, and a personnel matter. We will, our plan is to reconvene in by 4:30. Floor is now open for a motion that would allow us to go to executive session. Ms. Morrow, motion seconded by General Sumter. Discussion of the motion. Hearing no discussion, we'll now move to a vote. All those in favor of adjourning to executive session, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye. Opposed? So I think we're all there. So we're going to reconvene. Plan is to reconvene by 4:30. Thank you very much, members of the public. We'll be back shortly. Are people online? Are they? Okay. Be Senator Bates and Dr. Green. I think that Apple iPad is Senator Bates. Okay. We're reconvening. Thank you very much, members of the public. We're now going to move to state member committee report outs. The floor is now open. We'll first start with board members online. Do you have a report out, anything you want to share?
Yes.
Yes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Great news about the Achieving Academic Equity and Excellence for Black Boys initiative. Last month, we started the speaker series that happens usually every month. We're going to forego the speaker series in December, but we start back again in January. And this is an event that we open up to any school who wants to hear great speakers who are dealing with educating boys, mentoring boys. Next month in January, we will have Dr. Leonard Sachs. Dr. Leonard Sachs is an internationally known author and expert in regards to boy-girl learning differences and how best to educate our boys and our girls. So we're going to open that up to any school. Our pilot schools, they are basically required to attend, but we want to open that to anyone, and we'll do that through Eventbrite. Also, I just want to thank Dr. Lawson for coming along beside us on the advisory council. Dr. Lawson has been wonderful in trying to have a seamless transition between the departure of Mrs. Bryce, who was working as our director for the initiative. Dr. Lawson, who probably wears about 15 different hats, she's been working with, and I thank her for that. At this point, we have 14 schools, over 8 districts who are pilot schools, and we're looking forward to perhaps even expanding that later in the year. Before I close out, I'd just like to give a shout out to Mrs. Lori Austin, principal at Crofton Woods Elementary. We attended the Anne Arundel County Board of Education meeting last week. But before that, Dr. Joanna Tobin, the school board chair at Anne Arundel County, along with Mrs. Corkadal, and I went to for a tour at Crofton Woods Elementary School. Very excited about what's happening there. Mrs. Austin is there as her first year, and she graciously allowed us to come and visit her school. And I just want to thank her for that. And thank you, Dr. Bedell, for instilling in your administrators a sense of openness. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Senator Bates, did you have anything?
Yes, thank you. I had told a few of you that I had gone to the summit, the Excellence in Education Summit this year. I think it's my 14th year anyway. It was very difficult being the only person really from Maryland, because there were breakout groups, and there are like 3 and 4 of those, and trying to cover all the material. But there's some fascinating materials in that. There are, anyway, they do a full group with conversations with various leaders in education. And if there was a focus on reading, there was, what are the studies, what are we using for reading? There was also some talk about financial education, that students need to have a grounding in how to handle finances. There was about recovering learning, how are we recovering after the pandemic? We've been talking about that. They were talking about the idea of just well-rounded education, a number of things. Saul Kahn talked about expansion of the Khan Academy and some of the materials they have for schools. Again, it was a fascinating time. I come back really, really pumped up about what can be. I know we're doing a lot of great things, but there's just some opportunities there, I think, that we can maybe look into. I'd be happy to share that with you later. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll turn to board members here in the boardroom. Ms. Morrow?
So I did post one page that I wrote up on, or Charlene posted for me on board docs of our NASB annual conference. Dr. Chang and I both attended the NASB conference in Phoenix, Arizona this year. First time they're back in person for the annual conference since 2019. I think there were 17 members present, as close to us as DC, as far away as Guam and the Northern Marianas Islands. So wide spectrum of districts and states represented. A few of the highlights, one of the things that I've been working on with NASB is being part of the early literacy work group. During the conference, we had a visit to the Wildflower Accelerated Academy in Arizona to talk about their literacy program. Got to meet with staff. And they actually have a program in Arizona. It's a state initiative called Read On Arizona for literacy, and they use a collective impact model for that. So one of the women that was talking to us while we were on the bus to the school, their hub, I think, if you will, is actually United Way for that region. And then we also talked to one of the programs that's the after school program that they partner with at the school as well. So I included a few of those links. That's in board docs if anybody wants to see more about that. But there were sessions all week, again, breakout sessions, and Dr. Chang and I tried to go to different sessions to try to kind of cover as much as we possibly could. Good information, always good to network with other state board members, and a lot of what comes out of it will also shape, the office hours and the work groups and the articles that NASB puts out through the year. So lots of good information.
Thank you much. Anyone else here? Mr. DeShiel?
Thank you. Work on the strategic plan continues to progress, and I know many of you are planning to attend the gallery walk in Southern Maryland, and I appreciate your participation in that, and that will be tomorrow, I think, in Waldorf, if I'm correct. So thank you for joining that. We started that in Washington County, and we hope to continue with other opportunities on the Eastern Shore and in the core centers, and the dates and times will be confirmed shortly, so we'll get word out if you would like to participate in those gallery walks in other parts of our state. But thank you for your participation tomorrow in Southern Maryland. And the other thing is the subcommittee continues to meet most Mondays. We are still working on phase 2 of the strategic plan, talking about goals and targets, some of which we had a brief discussion about today. So that discussion is going very well. The state superintendent is joining us in our weekly sessions, and we really appreciate his perspective and leadership in helping bring to the subcommittee his perspectives about the phase 2 opportunities and how they can be incorporated as a part of the strategic plan. So things are going well. We'll continue to keep you advised as progress continues, but thank you for your support of all of the effort around our strategic planning. It's a very, very important initiative for all of us, and I think it's going very well. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. I just want to say that over the past few months, we have, the board or members of the board have participated or visited local boards. These have been great conversations. We've learned so much. We go first to listen for understanding and to learn. And one of the common themes that sort of emerged from all of the different conversations has been a strong commitment on the part of everyone to figure out how to dramatically improve the educational outcomes of our children. I mean, that's just absolutely the number one thing everyone is interested in, and that's just great. I mean, we can work with that. So again, thank everyone. I want to also thank Western Maryland and Washington County for hosting us at our last meeting. We had a ball out there, and we want to try to do more of these, and we'll just see how it goes. But again, thank you very much for all of that. If there are no other board report outs, this is the time now for board members to suggest agenda topics. You can do them now. You can send us a note. We'll do another round of calls after the first of the year before our January meeting. But if you have any thoughts about future topics or agenda items, please feel free to let us know. Dr. Millie McCarthy.
I think we had to finish the special ed report from a couple of months ago, so maybe that can be January.
Yeah. I think that's slated for January, right? We're gonna.
Whatever works, as long as we do it.
We will definitely do it.
Clarence?
Good. Okay. Dr. Green, yes.
Yes. One of the things that I was really impressed with were the CTE programs in Washington County. But I was just wondering the barriers that are sometimes put for admission into CTE programs. And I was wondering if we could get a report from the school systems as to, you know, what CTE programs, which of the districts offer CTE programs, what are the entrance requirements? Perhaps we get a statewide report. Very concerned that some districts might use attendance, behavior, or GPA requirements, and that sometimes will be a barrier to the very students who could really benefit from CTE programs. Could we look at that?
Okay. We'll definitely do that. We'll come back to you, we'll get more information and figure out when the program, and if you remember, even in Washington County, I believe we had the student there and they asked him about that and asked him, you know, how do you like your program? Program's great. How do you like school? I hate school. But he seemed to be excelling. The CTE program seemed to be provide enough of an incentive for him to come and to focus on academics and other things, but it was the CTE hook. So you're right. Probably if they had looked at him solely based on traditional academics, he perhaps would not have gotten in. But he seems to have found his niche there in the CTE.
And it is my understanding that at least one district that I've heard does have that requirement. And it's like a barrier between the students who could benefit and their entrance into the program. So yes.
Okay.
I'm suggesting.
Got it. Thank you. Anything else, anyone? Thank you. Mr. Schoen, do you have any opinions for us?
Oh, you know I always have opinions. But there are board decisions to report this afternoon. The first is RP and RP versus Montgomery County Board of Education. This was a student who did not meet criteria to enter into an IB program. The state board affirmed the decision of the local board. This is 22-27. The next case is Anna S. versus Howard County Board of Education. This was an early kindergarten admission where the student did not meet the standard for early kindergarten, and the state board affirmed the decision of the local board. That's 22-28. And I skipped one. In the matter of the request for removal of the local board members, Tara Battaglia and Donna Savigny, which was a removal request from the local Board of Education, the board decided not to issue charges. There wasn't enough evidence to support charges. That's 22-26. And then there are 3 orders that will be signed by President Crawford. One is Holly Greenstreet and Belinda Westman et al. Versus Anne Arundel County Board of Education. That's order 22-13. The request was untimely, so we didn't have jurisdiction. And the matter request for approval of local board member Kenneth Kyler. Also, there was a request for his removal from the local Board of Education. You're going to issue an order denying that request because of mootness, because he is no longer on the board. That's order 22-14. And final is Brandon Matthews versus Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. This also was mootness. This involved a teacher who was required to have vaccination, but policy was changed, so that is moot. That's order 22-15. And that is all I have.
Very good.
Thank you.
The floor is now open for any final comments or anything for the good of the order. Seeing.
Yes, I just want to wish everyone a happy holiday and a safe holiday. Thank you.
Yes. Happy holidays, everyone. And thank you so much for everything that you do in supporting the children here in the state of Maryland. The floor is now open for a motion for adjournment. Okay, so we got Dr. Getty and then Ms. Morrow. Seeing no discussion, we'll now take a voice vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstention, passed unanimously. Everyone have a great, great holiday. And please note that we are actually concluding. We were scheduled to conclude at 5:20, so wow. Oh, wow. Thank you, everyone.
Merry Christmas, everyone.